Welcome, weary wanderer, to a journey through the extraordinary ordinary world of Elmore, where a blue cat named Gumball and his adopted goldfish brother Darwin navigate the beautiful chaos of suburban life alongside the most wonderfully diverse community you could ever imagine. Tonight, we'll explore the hidden depths and gentle mysteries behind every beloved character who calls this remarkable town home. So settle in, get comfortable, and let your mind drift as we walk together through these interconnected lives and stories. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let's begin this peaceful exploration of hearts, dreams, and the magic found in everyday moments. In the quiet suburban streets of Elmore, where the morning sun filters through the leaves of ancient oak trees and casts dancing shadows across sidewalks worn smooth by countless footsteps, there lived a man whose story began not with struggle or ambition, but with the gentle luxury of unconditional love and infinite possibility. Richard Buckley Watterson entered this world as the cherished heir to a family fortune so vast and mysterious that even its origins had been softened by time into legend. Raised in the protective embrace of a grandmother whose devotion to his happiness knew no earthly bounds. The Watterson family mansion that served as Richard's childhood sanctuary was a monument to generations of accumulated wealth and careful preservation, its rooms filled with treasures from distant lands and heirlooms that spoke of adventures undertaken by ancestors whose names had long since faded from memory, but whose legacy lived on in the comfort and security they had provided for their descendants. Every morning of his early years began with breakfast served on china so delicate it seemed to capture and hold the light, while every evening concluded with bedtime stories told in rooms where the very walls seemed to whisper with the accumulated love of countless peaceful nights. Yet it was not the material splendor of his upbringing that shaped Richard's character, but rather the absolute certainty that he was loved beyond measure and that the world, despite all evidence to the contrary that might present itself to more cynical minds, was fundamentally a place of wonder and kindness, where good intentions would always find their reward. His grandmother, Joanna Watterson, whom he would always know simply as Granny Jojo, dedicated her entire existence to ensuring that her beloved grandson's natural sweetness and innocence would never be dimmed by exposure to the harsher realities that seemed to consume so many other souls. Under her watchful care, Richard grew into a young man whose approach to life was characterized not by the entitlement that might have been expected from someone of his privileged background, but by an almost supernatural capacity for finding joy in the simplest pleasures and beauty in the most ordinary moments. He could spend entire afternoons watching clouds drift across the sky, his mind creating elaborate stories about their journeys and destinations, or become completely absorbed in the patterns made by raindrops racing down window panes during summer storms. The first glimpses of what would become his legendary capacity for unintentional chaos manifested during his school years, though even these early incidents were marked more by endearing confusion than any genuine malice or disregard for consequences. Teachers would find themselves simultaneously exasperated and charmed by a student who could somehow manage to flood the art room while attempting to water a single plant, or who could transform a simple assignment about family history into an epic tale involving pirates, lost treasures, and time-traveling ancestors that was so entertaining that even the most strict educators found themselves caught up in the narrative. It was during these formative years at Elmore Junior High that Richard's life would be fundamentally transformed by an encounter that seemed, at first glance, as improbable as any fairy tale ever told to sleepy children on quiet nights. Nicole Senecourt was everything that Richard was not: fierce where he was gentle, practical where he was dreamy, hardened by a difficult upbringing, where he had been softened by unconditional love, yet something in the collision of their opposite natures created not conflict, but a kind of perfect, complementary harmony that neither had ever experienced before. The young woman who would eventually become his wife and the mother of his children was, in those days, known throughout the school as someone who could not be approached lightly or without genuine respect for the strength she had been forced to develop through circumstances that would have broken weaker spirits. Her reputation for swift and decisive action in the face of any threat or challenge was matched only by the mystery that surrounded her past and the fierce independence that marked every aspect of her daily existence. Yet Richard, with the innocent courage that comes from never having learned to fear rejection or failure, approached this formidable young woman with the same open-hearted enthusiasm he brought to every new experience, seeing not the defensive barriers she had constructed around herself, but the beauty and strength that radiated from her very being, like light from a carefully tended flame. His complete lack of pretense or manipulation, his genuine interest in her thoughts and dreams rather than any desire to impress or conquer, gradually began to work a kind of magic that neither of them had expected or fully understood. The courtship that followed was unlike anything either had experienced or witnessed in the relationships around them, characterized not by the dramatic highs and lows that seemed to define teenage romance, but by a steady deepening of understanding and appreciation that grew stronger with each passing day. Richard's infinite patience and good humor provided Nicole with something she had never known. She craved a safe harbor where she could allow her defensive walls to lower without fear of attack or betrayal, while her strength and upsend, practical wisdom offered him the grounding and guidance that his dreamy nature had always secretly needed. Their love story unfolded against the backdrop of ordinary high school life, but it was marked by moments of such genuine tenderness and mutual understanding that even their most cynical classmates found themselves believing, perhaps for the first time, that true and lasting love might actually exist in the world. Richard would wait patiently outside Nicole's martial arts classes, not because he doubted her ability to take care of herself, but because he genuinely enjoyed the opportunity to walk her home and listen to her thoughts about the day's events, while Nicole found herself looking forward to these conversations with an eagerness that surprised her with its intensity. The transformation that love worked upon both of them was as gradual as the changing of seasons, but as profound as the shift from winter to spring, bringing with it new possibilities and perspectives that neither had imagined possible in their previous lives. Richard's natural optimism and joy in simple pleasures began to soften some of the harsh edges that Nicole's difficult upbringing had carved into her worldview, while her strength and determination provided him with the confidence to begin dreaming of a future that extended beyond the protective walls of his family mansion. When the time came for them to graduate and face the question of what kind of life they would build together, the choice they made was as surprising to those around them as it was natural and inevitable to the two young people involved. Richard, without hesitation or regret, chose love over legacy, companionship over comfort, the uncertain adventure of building something new with the woman he adored, over the guaranteed security of inheriting the family fortune that had been accumulating for generations in anticipation of his eventual stewardship. The decision to essentially abandon his inheritance in favor of a simple suburban life with Nicole was met with bewilderment and concern from those who had known him since childhood, particularly his beloved Granny Jojo, whose overprotective instincts made it difficult for her to understand how her precious grandson could choose what appeared to be a more challenging path when easier alternatives lay readily available. Yet Richard himself never seemed to experience even a moment's doubt about the choice he had made, approaching his new life with the same enthusiasm and wonder he had brought to everything else. The early years of their marriage were marked by the kind of struggles that most young couples face when learning to blend two very different personalities and backgrounds into a single shared existence. But they were also illuminated by moments of such perfect happiness, and understanding that both Richard and Nicole knew they had made the right choice, regardless of whatever challenges might lie ahead. Richard's supernatural optimism proved to be exactly the kind of daily miracle that Nicole's practical nature had always secretly longed for, while her fierce protection and devotion gave him the security he needed to remain the eternally hopeful and wonderstruck person he had always been. The arrival of their first child, a blue kitten they named Gumball, brought with it all the joy and chaos that new parenthood inevitably creates. But it also revealed new depths to Richard's character that even Nicole had not fully anticipated. His natural playfulness and imagination made him an ideal companion for a young child's adventures, while his infinite patience and gentle humor created an atmosphere of safety and acceptance that allowed their son to develop his own unique personality without fear of judgment or disappointment. As their family grew with the addition of Darwin, their adopted goldfish, who had somehow achieved the impossible feat of evolving legs and lungs through what could only be described as the transformative power of love and belonging, Richard embraced his role as father to this miraculous new son with the same wholehearted acceptance he brought to every unexpected development in his life. The fact that their family now included a walking, talking fish seemed to him no more remarkable than any other expression of the magic that filled everyday existence for those wise enough to recognize and appreciate it. The birth of their daughter Anais added yet another dimension to Richard's understanding of what it meant to be a father, as he found himself the proud parent of a child whose intellectual gifts far exceeded his own, yet who still needed the emotional support and unconditional love that he was uniquely qualified to provide. His ability to appreciate and celebrate her extraordinary abilities without ever making her feel isolated or different was perhaps one of the most beautiful expressions of his fundamentally loving nature, creating an environment where genius could coexist with childlike wonder and academic achievement could be balanced with simple family happiness. Throughout all these years of marriage and parenthood, Richard maintained the essential characteristics that had first attracted Nicole's attention and love, yet they were deepened and enriched by the responsibilities and experiences that came with building a life centered around service to others, rather than pursuit of personal advantage. His legendary capacity for unintentional chaos, rather than diminishing with age and experience, seemed to expand and evolve into new and more creative forms. Yet it was always balanced by an underlying sweetness and good intention that made even his most spectacular failures somehow endearing rather than truly frustrating. The supernatural luck that seemed to follow Richard through even his most disastrous adventures became something of a family legend, as incident after incident that should have resulted in genuine catastrophe somehow resolved itself in ways that left everyone involved better off than they had been before the chaos began. Whether this was truly a supernatural gift or simply the natural consequence of approaching life with such complete trust and goodwill that the universe itself seemed inclined to protect and reward, such innocent faith remained a mystery that even those closest to him could never fully solve. Yet beneath the surface of what might appear to casual observers as simple-minded optimism lay depths of wisdom and understanding that revealed themselves in moments of crisis or genuine need, when Richard's true character emerged, like bedrock beneath shifting sand. His ability to offer exactly the right word of comfort or encouragement to family members struggling with difficulties that his own sheltered upbringing had never forced him to face, suggested that his knowledge of human nature came not from experience of suffering, but from an innate understanding of what every soul truly needed to flourish and grow. The love story that began when a privileged young man chose companionship over comfort had evolved, through years of shared joys and challenges, into something that approached the kind of legendary partnerships that inspire songs and stories. Yet it remained grounded in the daily reality of a suburban family, where laundry needed to be done, and bills needed to be paid, and children needed to be loved and guided through the complexities of growing up in a world that was both more wonderful and more challenging than any fairy tale ever imagined. Richard Watterson had begun life as the heir to a fortune and had chosen instead to become the guardian of something far more precious and enduring, a family built on love rather than obligation, adventures shared rather than wealth accumulated, and the daily miracle of finding magic in the most ordinary moments of suburban existence. His journey from mansion to modest home was not a story of loss but of transformation, not a tale of sacrifice but of discovery, not a narrative of what was given up, but of what was gained when someone has the courage to choose love over legacy and trust over safety. In the same suburban streets where Richard's gentle chaos brought unexpected joy to ordinary days, there lived a woman whose own journey to love and belonging had begun in circumstances so different from his sheltered upbringing that they might have been born in entirely different worlds, yet whose strength and fierce devotion had created the foundation upon which their shared life could flourish, like a garden planted in carefully prepared soil and tended with patient, daily care. Nicole Senecourt's earliest memories were not of breakfast served on delicate china or bedtime stories whispered in rooms filled with ancestral treasures, but of learning to navigate a world that seemed designed to test the limits of what a young spirit could endure without breaking, where survival required the development of skills and instincts that most children never need to discover within themselves. The circumstances of her upbringing, shrouded in mysteries that she herself preferred not to revisit too often or in too much detail, had forged her into someone who understood from a very early age that the universe did not automatically provide safety or security, but that both could be won through determination, intelligence, and an unwavering refusal to accept defeat. The young girl who would eventually become the heart and strength of the Watterson family spent her formative years developing an almost supernatural awareness of potential threats and opportunities, her senses sharpened by necessity to detect the slightest changes in mood or circumstance that might signal the need for swift action or strategic withdrawal. This hypervigilance, born from experiences that had taught her the high price of inattention or naivety, became as much a part of her essential nature as breathing, creating an internal warning system that would serve her well throughout her life, even as she moved into safer and more loving environments. Yet even in those early years, when circumstances required her to maintain defensive barriers that kept the world at arm's length, there were glimpses of the warmth and capacity for deep feeling that would later become the foundation of her fierce maternal devotion and loyal friendship. Teachers who took the time to look beyond her sometimes prickly exterior discovered a student of remarkable intelligence and intuitive understanding, whose academic achievements were matched by moments of unexpected kindness toward classmates who found themselves struggling with challenges that her own difficult experiences had taught her to recognize and address. The martial arts training that became such a defining characteristic of her teenage years began not as a hobby or casual interest, but as a practical necessity, a way of ensuring that her physical capabilities could match the mental toughness that circumstances had already forced her to develop. The discipline and focus required to master complex fighting techniques provided an outlet for energies and emotions that might otherwise have had no constructive expression, while the confidence that came from knowing she could protect herself and others created the foundation for the fearless approach to life's challenges that would characterize her adult years. Under the guidance of instructors who recognized not only her natural athletic gifts but also the deeper hunger for strength and security that drove her relentless pursuit of excellence, Nicole developed fighting skills that bordered on the supernatural in their precision and effectiveness. Yet the true transformation that martial arts brought to her life was not physical but spiritual, providing her with a philosophical framework that emphasized control over chaos, inner peace achieved through disciplined practice, and the responsibility that comes with possessing the power to protect or to harm. The reputation she gained during her high school years as someone who should not be approached lightly or without genuine respect was not built on aggression or a desire to dominate others, but rather on the simple fact that she had earned the right to exist in the world on her own terms and would not allow anyone to diminish or threaten that hard-won autonomy. Students who attempted to test her resolve or challenge her boundaries quickly discovered that her responses were swift, decisive, and perfectly calibrated to ensure that such challenges would not be repeated. Yet beneath this formidable exterior, which served as necessary armor in an environment where weakness could be exploited and vulnerability could become a liability, there remained the heart of someone who had never stopped hoping that the world might contain spaces where such defenses could be safely lowered, where trust could be offered without fear of betrayal, and where the gentler aspects of her nature could be allowed to flourish without creating dangerous exposure to those who might seek to take advantage. The first glimpses of this hidden vulnerability appeared during those rare moments when she encountered genuine kindness, offered without expectation of return or manipulation, gestures so authentic and selfless that they penetrated even her most carefully constructed barriers, and reminded her that not every interaction needed to be approached as a potential battlefield. These moments, precious precisely because of their rarity, kept alive within her a dream of someday finding a relationship built not on mutual self-interest or strategic alliance, but on the kind of unconditional acceptance and support that seemed to exist in stories, but rarely in the harsh realities of daily life. It was into this landscape of carefully guarded hopes and well-earned skepticism that Richard Watterson wandered with all the innocent determination of someone who had never learned to see barriers where others saw only opportunities for connection. His approach to her friendship, characterized not by the calculating strategies that most people employed when dealing with someone of her reputation, but by a genuine interest in her thoughts and feelings that seemed to spring from pure curiosity rather than any hidden agenda. The gradual process by which Nicole allowed this persistently cheerful and utterly unthreatening young man past her defenses was so subtle and unexpected that she herself did not fully recognize what was happening until she realized that their daily conversations had become the part of each day she most looked forward to. Their time together, creating an oasis of peace and safety, where she could allow herself to be something other than a fortress built for siege. Richard's complete lack of fear in her presence, his obvious delight in her company, and his apparent inability to see her as anything other than fascinating and wonderful, began to work a transformation that was as gentle as it was profound, creating space within her carefully ordered existence for emotions and experiences that her previous life had taught her to view as dangerous luxuries that strong people could not afford to indulge. The love that grew between them was unlike anything either had experienced or witnessed in the relationships around them, characterized not by the dramatic intensity that seemed to mark most teenage romances, but by a steady deepening of trust and understanding that felt as natural and inevitable as the changing of seasons. Nicole discovered, to her amazement, that Richard's presence in her life did not create the vulnerability she had always feared love would bring. but rather offered a different kind of strength. The security that comes from knowing that someone will stand beside you, regardless of circumstances, that your happiness matters to another person as much as their own. The decision to build a life together, when it finally came, required Nicole to make choices that would have seemed impossible during her earlier years of fierce independence and self-reliance. Yet, the transformation that love had worked within her made these choices feel not like sacrifices, but like natural steps toward a future that offered possibilities she had never allowed herself to imagine during the years when survival had required her to focus exclusively on immediate challenges and practical necessities. The early years of their marriage brought with them the kind of adjustments and compromises that any two people must make when learning to blend their individual lives into a shared existence. But they also provided Nicole with daily proof that the trust she had placed in Richard's love and devotion was not misplaced. His unwavering support during moments when old insecurities threatened to resurface. His patient understanding when past experiences made it difficult for her to fully embrace the security their relationship offered, and his complete acceptance of both her strengths and her vulnerabilities created an environment where healing could occur naturally and without pressure. The arrival of their children added new dimensions to Nicole's understanding of what it meant to love and be loved, as she discovered within herself reserves of protective instinct and nurturing care that surpassed even her own expectations. The fierce devotion she felt toward Gumball from the moment of his birth was matched by an equally intense determination to ensure that his childhood would be filled with the safety and unconditional acceptance that her own early years had Gumball lacked, creating within their home an atmosphere where imagination could flourish and mistakes could be learning opportunities rather than causes for fear or shame. When Darwin joined their family through circumstances that defied all conventional explanation, but perfectly suited the magical realism that seemed to characterize their daily existence, Nicole embraced her role as mother to this miraculous adopted son with the same wholehearted commitment she brought to every important aspect of her life. The fact that their family now included a walking, talking goldfish seemed no more remarkable to her than any other manifestation of the love that had transformed her own life in ways she could never have predicted or planned. The birth of Anais presented Nicole with the unique challenge of nurturing a child whose intellectual gifts far exceeded her own, yet whose emotional needs remained those of any young person struggling to understand her place in the world. The patience and wisdom Nicole brought to this relationship demonstrated how completely she had transformed from the defensive teenager who had once trusted no one into a mother capable of providing exactly the kind of support and guidance that each of her very different children needed to develop their own unique potential. Throughout all these years of marriage and motherhood, Nicole maintained the strength and determination that had seen her through her difficult early experiences, yet these qualities were now employed in service of protecting and nurturing others rather than simply ensuring her own survival. The martial arts skills that had once been necessary armor became tools for teaching her children about discipline and self-respect, while the vigilance that had once been focused on detecting threats was now directed toward recognizing and responding to her family's needs and dreams. The legendary intensity that Nicole brought to everything she cared about found its perfect expression in her approach to family life, where her fierce protection of those she loved created a safe haven where Richard's gentle nature could flourish, where their children could grow and explore without fear of judgment or abandonment, and where the kind of unconditional love she had once believed existed only in fairy tales became the foundation of their daily reality. The Rainbow Factory connection that occasionally manifested in moments of extreme emotion or stress served as a reminder that beneath her suburban exterior lay depths and connections to forces that extended far beyond the ordinary boundaries of domestic life. Yet these supernatural elements were seamlessly integrated into her practical approach to the challenges of raising a family and maintaining a household where chaos and order existed in perfect creative tension. Nicole Senecourt had begun her journey as a young woman armored against a world that had taught her harsh lessons about the price of vulnerability, yet had chosen to transform that armor into a foundation for building something beautiful and enduring with someone who saw not her defenses, but her capacity for love, not her scars, but her strength, not her past, but her unlimited potential for creating a future filled with the very qualities that her early experiences had taught her to value most highly. The transformation from solitary survivor to devoted wife and mother was not a story of weakness replacing strength, but of strength finding its truest and most meaningful expression. Not a tale of independence abandoned, but of independence redefined as the freedom to choose love over fear, trust over suspicion, and the courage to believe that happy endings were not just possible but worth every effort required to achieve and maintain them. In the same household where Richard's gentle chaos and Nicole's fierce devotion created the foundation for extraordinary family adventures, there grew a blue kitten whose arrival into the world marked the beginning of a story that would be characterized by boundless optimism, creative imagination, and the kind of infectious enthusiasm for life that could transform even the most ordinary suburban day into an epic adventure worthy of songs and stories told around campfires under starlit skies. Gumball Watterson entered existence with what could only be described as a supernatural capacity for finding wonder and possibility in every situation, no matter how mundane or challenging it might appear to more practical minds. His natural curiosity and imagination working together to create a worldview where limitations existed only to be overcome through creativity, friendship, and the unwavering belief that any problem could be solved if approached with sufficient enthusiasm and determination. From his earliest moments of consciousness, Gumball displayed the kind of fearless approach to exploration and discovery that would characterize his entire childhood, treating the world around him not as a series of obstacles to be carefully navigated, but as an infinite playground filled with opportunities for adventure, learning, and the development of relationships that would enrich his understanding of what it meant to be part of something larger than himself. The boundless energy that seemed to radiate from his very being, like heat from a well-tended fire, found its perfect outlet in elaborate schemes and ambitious projects that typically began with noble intentions and soaring aspirations before evolving through unforeseen complications into outcomes that no one, least of all Gumball himself, could have predicted or planned. Yet even his most spectacular failures were marked by a kind of creative brilliance that suggested a mind capable of seeing connections and possibilities that escaped more conventional thinkers. His natural leadership abilities manifested early in his interactions with other children, not through any desire to dominate or control, but through his infectious enthusiasm for whatever adventure or project had captured his imagination, his genuine excitement and optimism proving irresistible to playmates who found themselves caught up in his vision before they had fully understood what they were agreeing to participate in. The loyalty and friendship he inspired seemed to spring from his complete lack of selfishness or manipulation, his schemes motivated not by personal gain, but by a sincere belief that whatever he was planning would be as much fun for everyone else as it was for him. The arrival of Darwin into their family provided Gumball with something he had never known he was missing: a companion whose loyalty was absolute, whose trust was unconditional, and whose willingness to follow him into any adventure, no matter how unlikely to succeed, gave him the confidence to dream even bigger dreams and attempt even more ambitious projects. The bond that developed between the two brothers transcended the usual sibling relationships, becoming something approaching the legendary partnerships that inspire epic tales of friendship and mutual devotion. Darwin's evolution from pet goldfish to talking family member was embraced by Gumball, not as a miraculous transformation that required special acknowledgement or adjustment, but as simply the natural progression of their relationship, proof that love and belonging could literally work miracles when applied with sufficient dedication and sincerity. The fact that his best friend and brother had achieved something scientifically impossible seemed to Gumball no more remarkable than any other expression of the magic that filled daily life for those wise enough to recognize and appreciate it. The birth of his sister Anais added yet another dimension to Gumball's understanding of family relationships, as he found himself the big brother to someone whose intellectual abilities far exceeded his own, yet who still needed the kind of emotional support and protective guidance that he was uniquely qualified to provide. His approach to this responsibility was characterized by the same wholehearted enthusiasm he brought to everything else, accepting Anais' superior intelligence, not as a threat to his own position in the family, but as an additional resource that could be employed in service of their shared adventures. School became for Gumball not primarily an institution of learning in the traditional sense, but rather a vast social laboratory where he could test his theories about friendship, romance, and the art of navigating complex interpersonal relationships while pursuing his education in subjects that interested him and finding creative ways to make the less engaging material more palatable through application of his natural storytelling abilities and talent for discovering unexpected connections between seemingly unrelated concepts. His academic performance, while rarely achieving the heights of conventional excellence that more focused students might attain, demonstrated flashes of genuine brilliance and creative insight that suggested a mind capable of approaching problems from angles that escaped more linear thinkers. Teachers found themselves simultaneously challenged and charmed by a student who could transform a simple assignment into an elaborate creative project that, while perhaps not strictly adhering to the original requirements, displayed such imagination and effort that criticism seemed churlish. The romantic aspirations that began to occupy an increasingly important place in Gumball's thoughts during his school years were pursued with the same optimistic determination he brought to all his other interests, though his approaches to courtship were often characterized by grand gestures and elaborate plans that demonstrated more enthusiasm than practical understanding of what actually appealed to the objects of his affection. Yet, even his most misguided romantic adventures were marked by genuine sweetness and respect that made them endearing rather than troublesome. His relationship with Penny Fitzgerald became the central romantic storyline of his school years, a connection that began with awkward attempts at impressive displays and gradually evolved into something approaching genuine understanding and mutual appreciation, as both young people learned to see past surface appearances and social expectations to recognize the authentic personalities beneath. The patient persistence with which Gumball pursued this relationship, despite numerous setbacks and misunderstandings, demonstrated a capacity for genuine devotion that went far beyond mere teenage infatuation. The social dynamics of school life provided Gumball with endless opportunities to exercise his natural diplomatic skills and talent for bringing together individuals who might otherwise have little in common. His genuine interest in other people's stories and struggles, making him a natural confidant and problem solver for classmates dealing with challenges that his own optimistic nature and supportive family background had prepared him to understand and address with both empathy and practical assistance. His friendship network expanded to include individuals from every social group and background, united not by shared interests or similar personalities, but by Gumball's ability to find something valuable and interesting in everyone he met. His approach to relationships characterized by an acceptance and enthusiasm that made others feel appreciated and understood in ways that more judgmental or exclusive social circles could never provide. The creative projects and elaborate schemes that filled Gumball's free time often involved his friends and family in adventures that tested everyone's patience and problem-solving abilities, while providing experiences that would become treasured memories long after the immediate goals of the projects had been forgotten or proven impossible to achieve. His natural storytelling ability transformed even the most ordinary events into narratives filled with drama, humor, and meaning that elevated daily life into something approaching legend. The hidden depths beneath Gumball's cheerful exterior revealed themselves in moments of genuine crisis or need, when his usual optimism was tempered by real understanding of the complexities and difficulties that could not be solved through enthusiasm alone, demonstrating an emotional maturity and wisdom that complemented his natural creativity and social skills in ways that suggested genuine potential for continued growth and development throughout his life. His approach to failure and disappointment was characterized by a resilience that seemed to spring from an unshakable belief that setbacks were simply temporary obstacles rather than permanent limitations. His ability to learn from mistakes and maintain hope in the face of discouragement, providing inspiration and encouragement to family members and friends who might otherwise have been overwhelmed by challenges that seemed insurmountable. The balance between childlike wonder and growing maturity that defined Gumball's character during these formative years created a personality that was both reliably entertaining and genuinely admirable, someone who could be counted upon to approach any situation with creativity and good humor, while also possessing the loyalty and determination necessary to stand by those he cared about during difficult times. Gumball Watterson had grown from an energetic kitten into a young person whose boundless optimism and creative imagination had become the driving force behind countless adventures and the foundation for relationships built on mutual respect, shared laughter, and the kind of unconditional acceptance that transforms casual acquaintances into lifelong friends. His journey through childhood and early adolescence serving as proof that maintaining wonder and enthusiasm in the face of an increasingly complex world was not only possible, but essential for anyone hoping to build a life filled with meaning, purpose, and joy. In the crystalline waters of a pet shop aquarium, where the gentle hum of filtration systems created a constant lullaby and artificial light filtered through glass walls to cast dancing patterns on carefully maintained gravel, there lived a small orange goldfish whose existence was defined not by the limitations of his transparent world, but by an inexhaustible curiosity about the vast realm that lay beyond the boundaries of his carefully controlled environment, his bright eyes reflecting an intelligence and awareness that seemed to transcend the simple biological processes that were supposed to govern his species. Darwin's earliest memories were filled with the peaceful rhythm of aquatic life, the gentle sway of plastic plants that moved in currents created by the aquarium's circulation system, and the comforting presence of other goldfish who shared his translucent home, yet seemed content with an existence that he found increasingly insufficient to contain the growing complexity of his thoughts and dreams. Unlike his tank mates, who appeared satisfied with the routine of feeding times and the simple pleasures of swimming in predictable patterns, Darwin found himself drawn to the world beyond the glass, spending countless hours pressed against the transparent barriers that separated him from the mysterious activities of the larger creatures who moved through the bright spaces of the pet shop with such apparent freedom and purpose. The humans who tended to his needs providing food and maintaining the delicate balance of his aquatic environment, fascinated him with their complex behaviors and obvious intelligence. Their ability to manipulate their surroundings and communicate with each other through sounds that carried meaning he could sense but not decipher. He began to develop theories about their relationships and motivations, creating elaborate stories in his mind about the lives they led outside the pet shop and the reasons they chose to dedicate their time to caring for creatures like himself, who could offer nothing in return but their continued existence. The other fish in neighboring aquariums represented different approaches to captivity that Darwin observed with the keen attention of a natural philosopher studying the various ways that conscious beings adapted to circumstances beyond their control. Some seemed to retreat into themselves, becoming passive recipients of care who showed little interest in their surroundings beyond the most basic requirements for survival, while others maintained an agitated restlessness that suggested they had never fully accepted the limitations of their artificial environment. Darwin's own response to aquarium life was characterized by an active engagement with his circumstances that transformed even the most routine activities into opportunities for learning and growth. His feeding times becoming experiments in timing and strategy, as he learned to anticipate the patterns of care and position himself to observe as much as possible of the world beyond his tank. The artificial day and night cycles that regulated life in the pet shop became the framework for a rich internal existence filled with imagination and speculation about possibilities that extended far beyond the immediate reality of his place's aquatic prison. The customers who visited the pet shop provided Darwin with his first real education in the diversity of personality and purpose that characterized the larger world, each potential adopter bringing with them a unique combination of needs, expectations, and emotional energy that he learned to read and interpret through careful observation of their behavior around the various animals available for purchase. Some approached the tanks with obvious love and excitement, their faces bright with anticipation of the joy that a new pet would bring to their lives, while others seemed motivated more by practical considerations or social pressures that made their interest in animal companionship feel hollow and unsustainable. It was during one such ordinary day, when the familiar rhythms of pet shop life were following their predictable patterns, and Darwin had settled into his usual position for observing the activities beyond his tank, that a blue kitten, accompanied by what was clearly his human family, approached the goldfish display with an energy and enthusiasm that immediately distinguished them from the typical customers who browsed the available pets with casual interest or calculated evaluation. The young cat, who would eventually become his brother and closest friend, possessed an obvious joy in simply being alive that radiated from his entire being like warmth from a well-tended fire. His approach to the goldfish tanks characterized not by the detached assessment that most potential pet owners employed, but by genuine curiosity about the individual personalities of the fish he was observing. When their eyes met through the glass that separated their worlds, Darwin experienced something he had never felt before, a sense of recognition and connection that transcended species, boundaries, and spoke to something fundamental about the nature of consciousness and companionship. Gumball's excited commentary about the various fish, his obvious delight in their different colors and behaviors, and his immediate declaration that Darwin was the perfect addition to their family, created an atmosphere of celebration around what could have been a simple commercial transaction. The warmth and enthusiasm of the entire Watterson family, their obvious love for each other, and their genuine excitement about welcoming a new member into their home, convinced Darwin that his long wait for the right family had finally come to an end. The journey from pet shop to family home was Darwin's first experience of the world beyond glass walls, a transition that might have been overwhelming for a creature whose entire existence had been defined by the controlled environment of an aquarium. yet which felt instead like the natural continuation of a story that had always been moving toward this moment of liberation and new beginning. The car ride, the unfamiliar sounds and sensations of movement through space, and the constant reassuring chatter of his new family created a sensory experience that was both thrilling and surprisingly comfortable. The Watterson household into which Darwin was welcomed represented everything that his imagination had suggested might exist beyond the pet shop, but had never quite dared to believe he would actually experience a home where love was the foundation of all relationships, where individual differences were celebrated rather than merely tolerated, and where the impossible was simply another word for something that had not yet been attempted with sufficient creativity and determination. His new aquarium, while physically similar to his previous home, was transformed by its placement within this loving environment into something entirely different, not a prison, but a base of operations from which he could observe and gradually participate in the rich family life that surrounded him. The process by which Darwin gradually evolved from beloved pet to full family member was so natural and organic that no one, including Darwin himself, could identify the exact moment when the transformation began, or the specific factors that made such an unprecedented change possible. Perhaps it was the constant conversation that Gumball maintained with him, treating him not as a simple pet, but as an intelligent companion whose opinions and reactions mattered and deserved consideration. Perhaps it was the family's complete acceptance of his obvious intelligence and personality, their willingness to see him as an individual rather than merely a representative of his species. Or perhaps the transformation was driven by something deeper and more fundamental. The recognition that love, when offered without reservation or condition, possesses a creative power that can literally reshape reality to accommodate new possibilities that previously seemed impossible. The first tentative development of primitive legs, noticed by the family not with shock or fear but with excitement and encouragement, was followed by the gradual emergence of lungs that allowed him to breathe air alongside his continued ability to process oxygen through gills that remained functional, even as his body adapted to new forms of existence. The walking, talking goldfish that Darwin became represented not a violation of natural law, but rather its ultimate expression, proof that consciousness, when nurtured by love and given opportunities for growth and development, could transcend any limitations that seemed to be imposed by species or circumstance. His retention of his essential fish nature, even as he gained the ability to move freely through air and communicate in the complex language of his adopted family, created a unique perspective that enriched every aspect of Watterson family life. His approach to his new existence was characterized by the same philosophical curiosity that had marked his aquarium days, but now with the ability to actively participate in the adventures and experiences that he had previously only been able to observe from a distance. The simple joy he took in walking on legs that should never have existed, in speaking words that expressed thoughts he had carried in silence for so long, and in embracing family members who had shown him what unconditional love could accomplish, became a constant source of inspiration for everyone around him. The moral compass that had guided Darwin's observations and judgments during his pet shop days evolved into one of his most distinctive and valuable characteristics as a full family member: his natural empathy and wisdom, providing a counterbalance to Gumball's enthusiastic schemes and serving as a source of gentle guidance for family members dealing with ethical dilemmas or interpersonal conflicts. His unique perspective, combining the patience and observation skills developed during his aquatic phase with the active engagement possibilities of his evolved form, made him an invaluable counselor and mediator. School life. When he eventually joined Gumball in the formal educational environment of Elmore Junior High, provided Darwin with opportunities to apply his natural diplomatic skills and philosophical understanding to the complex social dynamics of adolescent life. His genuine kindness and complete lack of prejudice or malice, making him a trusted friend and confidant to classmates who might otherwise have felt isolated or misunderstood. His approach to learning was marked by the same curiosity that had characterized his aquarium days. But now, with the ability to ask questions, participate in discussions, and contribute his own insights to the educational process, the relationship with his adoptive brother deepened and evolved as both young people grew and developed, yet it retained the essential character of mutual loyalty and understanding that had been established during their first meeting at the pet shop. Darwin's unwavering support for Gumball's ambitious projects and creative schemes was matched by his gentle ability to provide perspective and wisdom when enthusiasm needed to be tempered with practical consideration or ethical reflection. His integration into the broader Watterson family dynamics demonstrated how completely he had become. Not just a pet who had evolved beyond his original nature, but a son and brother whose presence enriched every aspect of their shared life. His relationships with Nicole and Richard, with Anais and the extended family members he encountered through various adventures, were characterized by the same genuine affection and loyalty that marked all of his interpersonal connections. The pure heart that had allowed Darwin to maintain hope and curiosity during his days of aquatic captivity had evolved into a moral center that provided stability and guidance not only for his immediate family, but for the broader community of friends and classmates who came to know and appreciate his unique combination of wisdom, kindness, and unwavering optimism. His journey from pet shop goldfish to beloved family member and trusted friend represented one of the most beautiful expressions of what could be accomplished when love was offered without limitation and received with gratitude and grace. Darwin's story was not just one of miraculous physical transformation, but of emotional and spiritual growth that demonstrated the potential for consciousness to transcend any boundaries that might seem to limit its expression. His evolution serving as proof that identity was not determined by species or circumstance, but by the choices made about how to respond to love, how to treat others, and how to contribute to the happiness and well-being of the community that had chosen to embrace and celebrate his unique gifts and perspective. In the same loving household where Darwin's miraculous transformation had proven that anything was possible when approached with sufficient love and determination, there arrived a baby whose intellectual gifts were so extraordinary that they seemed to represent a different kind of miracle altogether. Not the gradual evolution of existing potential, but the sudden appearance of capabilities that exceeded anything her parents had experienced or even imagined, possible in someone so young, creating both wonder and unique challenges for a family already accustomed to the extraordinary. Anais Watterson entered the world with what could only be described as a fully formed intelligence that seemed to have bypassed the usual stages of cognitive development that characterize early childhood. Her first words, not the simple syllables that mark most babies' initial attempts at communication, but complete sentences that demonstrated both advanced vocabulary and complex understanding of abstract concepts that most children her age would not encounter until years later in their educational development. The brilliance that radiated from her tiny form like light from a perfectly cut gem was immediately apparent to everyone who encountered her, yet it was a gift that came wrapped in the same loving, mischievous personality that characterized all the Watterson children, ensuring that her exceptional abilities would never become a source of alienation or isolation from the family, that celebrated her uniqueness while maintaining the same expectations for kindness, consideration, and participation in household responsibilities that applied to all their children, regardless of intellectual capacity. Her earliest years were marked by a constant hunger for knowledge and understanding that seemed insatiable, as if her mind were a perfectly designed machine for processing information and converting it into wisdom that could be applied to solving problems and improving situations for everyone around her. Books that should have been beyond her comprehension became favorite companions, while puzzles and challenges that frustrated adults were approached with a methodical confidence that typically resulted in swift and elegant solutions. Yet beneath this impressive display of intellectual prowess lay the heart of a child who experienced the same needs for love, security, and belonging that characterized all young people. Her exceptional abilities creating unique challenges in forming relationships with peers who could not match her cognitive sophistication, but whose friendship and acceptance she craved with the same intensity that any child feels when seeking their place within a social community. The isolation that might have resulted from such a dramatic difference in intellectual capacity was mitigated by the loving environment of the Watterson household, where individual differences were not just tolerated but celebrated as expressions of the beautiful diversity that made their family life so rich and entertaining. Her parents' ability to appreciate and nurture her gifts without making her feel like a curiosity or specimen created a safe foundation from which she could explore her capabilities while maintaining the emotional connections that would keep her grounded in the values of empathy, humility, and service to others. School presented Aeneas with perhaps her greatest ongoing challenge, as the educational system designed to serve children of average ability proved woefully inadequate for someone whose learning needs exceeded what traditional curricula could provide, yet whose social and emotional development still required the peer interaction and structured environment that formal education typically offered to young people seeking to understand their place in the larger community. Her teachers, initially delighted to have such an obviously gifted student in their classes, soon discovered that creating appropriate educational experiences for someone whose intellectual capacity far exceeded their own required creativity, flexibility, and resources that most educational institutions were not equipped to provide. The simple solution of advancing her to higher grades was complicated by her physical and emotional needs as a young child, creating a complex situation that required ongoing negotiation and compromise from all parties involved. The relationships she developed with classmates were characterized by a fascinating blend of leadership and vulnerability, as her obvious intelligence naturally positioned her as someone others turned to for help and guidance, yet her genuine desire for friendship and acceptance made her eager to find ways to connect with peers who shared her interests in play, imagination, and the simple joys of childhood that transcended intellectual differences. Her approach to friendship was marked by the same analytical skills she brought to academic challenges, yet tempered by an intuitive understanding of human nature that allowed her to recognize and respond to the emotional needs of others with remarkable sensitivity and compassion. She learned to modulate her vocabulary and adjust her conversation topics to match the interests and capabilities of whoever she was spending time with, never in a condescending way, but rather with the diplomatic skill of someone who understood that effective communication required meeting people where they were, rather than expecting them to rise to her level. The family dynamics that emerged around Aeneas's exceptional abilities demonstrated the Wattersons' remarkable capacity for adaptation and growth, as each family member found ways to contribute to her development while ensuring that her needs never overshadowed the importance of maintaining the loving, chaotic, supportive environment that had always characterized their household. Richard's natural playfulness and storytelling abilities provided her with the emotional nurturing and creative stimulation that her analytical mind needed to balance, while Nicole's protective instincts and practical wisdom helped navigate the challenges of raising a child whose needs fell far outside normal parenting guides. Her relationships with her brothers evolved into complex partnerships that combined typical sibling dynamics with unique elements created by their different strengths and perspectives. Gumball's creative enthusiasm and natural leadership, providing her with opportunities for adventure and social interaction that her intellectual gifts might otherwise have made difficult to find, while Darwin's moral wisdom and diplomatic skills offered her guidance in navigating the ethical complexities that her advanced understanding of adult concepts sometimes created. The burden of being intellectually superior to most of the adults in her life was something that Anais learned to carry with grace and discretion. Her natural politeness and consideration, preventing her from making others feel inadequate, while still allowing her to contribute her insights and solutions when they could be helpful to family members or friends dealing with problems that her analytical abilities were uniquely suited to address. Her secret vulnerabilities and desires for normalcy revealed themselves in quiet moments when the pressure of being exceptional became overwhelming, and she simply wanted to be a regular child who could play with toys, watch cartoons, and worry about ordinary childhood concerns, rather than carrying the weight of intellectual responsibilities that seemed to multiply as her reputation for brilliance spread throughout their community. The balance between embracing her gifts and maintaining her childhood innocence became one of the ongoing challenges of her development, requiring constant attention from parents who understood that nurturing her exceptional abilities was important, but not more important than ensuring that she remained emotionally healthy and socially connected to the world around her. Her contributions to family adventures and problem-solving often provided the crucial insights or solutions that allowed the Wattersons to navigate challenges that might otherwise have proven insurmountable. Yet she learned to offer her help in ways that supported rather than overshadowed the efforts of family members who needed to feel capable and valuable in their own right. The wisdom that seemed to flow naturally from her exceptional intelligence was tempered by the humility that came from understanding that knowledge without compassion was merely data, that intelligence without kindness was simply calculation, and that her gifts were meant to be used in service of others rather than for personal aggrandizement or social advantage. Anais Watterson had grown from a remarkably gifted baby into a young person whose intellectual capabilities were matched by emotional maturity and social awareness that allowed her to navigate the complex challenges of being exceptional, while remaining grounded in the values of love, loyalty, and service to others that characterized the family environment that had nurtured her development and continued to provide the foundation for her ongoing growth and exploration of what it meant to use extraordinary gifts in ordinary service to the people and community she loved most. In the grand Watterson family mansion that had served as the foundation for Richard's privileged childhood, where photographs and heirlooms told the story of generations of accumulated wealth and careful stewardship, there lived a woman whose love for her only grandson had become the defining purpose of her existence, her every thought and action dedicated to ensuring his happiness and protecting him from any influence that might diminish the gentle innocence that she had spent decades nurturing and celebrating as the most precious gift any family could possess. Joanna Watterson, known to her beloved Richard simply as Granny Jojo, had devoted the better part of her adult life to the careful cultivation of an environment where her grandson could flourish without exposure to the harsh realities and cruel disappointments that seemed to plague so many other families. Her overprotective instincts, born not from fear or weakness, but from an abundance of love so fierce and comprehensive that it left no room for compromise when it came to his well-being and security. The family fortune that had accumulated over generations of careful investment and prudent business dealings represented more than mere wealth to Granny Jojo. It was a shield against uncertainty, a buffer against the kinds of economic pressures and social struggles that could corrupt even the purest hearts and transform loving individuals into calculating survivors, focused more on personal advantage than on the welfare of others. The mansion itself, with its carefully maintained grounds and rooms filled with treasures from around the world, served as a sanctuary where beauty and comfort were so abundant that ugliness and want seemed like distant concepts that could never penetrate their protected realm. Her approach to raising Richard had been guided by the philosophy that love, when offered without condition or reservation, could create a person so fundamentally good, and trusting that they would become a source of light and joy wherever they went, their very presence serving as a reminder to others of what humanity could achieve when freed from the defensive mechanisms and competitive instincts that circumstances often forced people to develop for survival. The success of this approach was evident in every aspect of Richard's character, his natural sweetness and optimism serving as daily proof that her theories about the transformative power of unconditional love had been correct. Yet this success also created new challenges as he grew older and began forming relationships with people whose backgrounds and motivations she could not control or completely understand. The arrival of Nicole Senecourt in Richard's life represented Granny Jojo's greatest test, not because she doubted the young woman's fundamental character or questioned her love for Richard, but because accepting their relationship required her to acknowledge that her grandson's happiness might ultimately depend on connections and experiences that existed beyond the protective boundaries she had spent so many years carefully constructing and maintaining. The complex emotions that Nicole's presence stirred within Granny Jojo were difficult to navigate, as her genuine desire for Richard's happiness conflicted with her deep-seated fear that anyone who had not been raised with the same careful protection and unconditional love might inadvertently introduce elements of hardship or disappointment into his life that could damage the beautiful innocence that had always been his most distinctive and admirable quality. Her initial attempts to understand and evaluate Nicole were complicated by the young woman's obvious strength and self-sufficiency, qualities that Granny Jojo recognized as admirable in abstract terms, but found challenging to appreciate in someone who would have such significant influence over Richard's future. The very characteristics that made Nicole capable of protecting and caring for Richard, her fierce independence, her martial arts skills, her ability to navigate difficult situations, also served as reminders that the world beyond their mansion contained dangers and challenges that her protective love had been designed to help Richard avoid. The gradual process by which Granny Jojo came to accept and even appreciate Nicole required her to expand her understanding of what love could look like when it was not expressed through protection and shelter, but through challenge and encouragement toward growth and independence. Witnessing the obvious happiness that Nicole brought to Richard's life, seeing how her strength complemented his gentleness, and how her practical wisdom provided grounding for his dreamy optimism, slowly convinced Granny Jojo that their relationship might represent not a threat to his well-being, but its ultimate fulfillment. The decision to allow Richard to choose his own path, even when that path led away from the security and comfort that the family fortune could provide, required Granny Jojo to demonstrate a different kind of love, the kind that trusts rather than protects, that supports choices rather than preventing them, that celebrates independence rather than maintaining dependence. This transformation in her approach to loving Richard was perhaps the most difficult challenge she had ever faced, requiring her to overcome instincts and habits that had been developed over decades of devoted care. The birth of Richard and Nicole's children brought new dimensions to Granny JoJo's understanding of family relationships, as she discovered that her capacity for love was not limited to her original grandson, but could expand to embrace new family members, who each brought their own unique gifts and needs to the complex web of relationships that defined their extended family. Her interactions with Gumball, Darwin, and Aeneas were characterized by the same fierce devotion she had always shown Richard, yet tempered by the wisdom that came from understanding that different personalities required different approaches to care and nurturing. Her relationship with the grandchildren she had never expected to have provided opportunities for her to express her love in new ways, as their various adventures and challenges required not just the protective shelter she had perfected during Richard's childhood, but also the kind of active support and encouragement that could help them develop their own capabilities and confidence while maintaining the security that came from knowing they were unconditionally loved and valued. The hidden depths of Granny JoJo's character revealed themselves in moments of crisis or genuine need, when her apparently simple focus on family welfare proved to be supported by reserves of wisdom, experience, and capability that extended far beyond the domestic sphere, where she typically chose to employ her talents. Her past adventures and accomplishments, rarely discussed but occasionally hinted at through references and artifacts scattered throughout the mansion, suggested a history far more complex and interesting than her current role as devoted grandmother might indicate. The weight of family expectations that she carried included not only the responsibility of managing the considerable fortune that previous generations had accumulated, but also the burden of deciding how that wealth should be employed in service of the family's ongoing welfare and happiness. Her approach to these financial responsibilities was characterized by the same careful attention to individual needs and circumstances that marked all her relationships, ensuring that family resources were used to support rather than spoil, to enable rather than constrain, to serve love rather than replace it. The evolution of her relationship with Nicole, from suspicious protection to genuine partnership, demonstrated Granny JoJo's capacity for growth and adaptation, as she learned to appreciate qualities and approaches that differed significantly from her own, while recognizing that their shared commitment to Richard's happiness and their family's welfare created a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect that transcended their different backgrounds and philosophies. The legacy that Granny JoJo hoped to leave for future generations extended far beyond the material wealth that would eventually be passed down through inheritance, encompassing the values and traditions that she had worked so carefully to establish and maintain, the understanding that love should be the foundation of all family relationships, that individual differences should be celebrated rather than merely tolerated, and that true security came not from external protections but from the internal confidence that developed when people knew they were unconditionally valued and supported. Joanna Watterson had transformed from the guardian of family wealth into the keeper of family wisdom, her overprotective love evolving into a more mature understanding of what it meant to truly serve the welfare of those she cared about most. Her legacy measured not in dollars accumulated or comforts provided, but in the strength of character and depth of love that had been nurtured in each family member who had been blessed to experience the transformative power of her fierce, devoted, and ultimately liberating care. In the administrative heart of Elmore Junior High, where the constant hum of educational machinery created a soundtrack of learning punctuated by the occasional crisis that required immediate attention and diplomatic resolution, there sat a man whose dedication to the noble ideals of public education had sustained him through decades of challenges that would have broken the spirit of anyone less committed to the transformative power of knowledge and the fundamental belief that every young person deserved the opportunity to discover their unique potential within a supportive and nurturing environment. Principal Brown had entered the field of education not as a fallback career or temporary position, but as a calling that seemed to flow from the very depths of his being, his conviction that learning could literally change lives. Providing the foundation for an approach to school administration that emphasized human development over bureaucratic efficiency and individual growth over standardized outcomes, his office, filled with educational journals, motivational posters, and photographs of graduating classes spanning multiple decades, served as a shrine to his unwavering faith in the possibility that schools could be places where dreams were nurtured rather than crushed, where differences were celebrated rather than eliminated, and where every student could find at least one adult who believed in their capacity for greatness. The idealistic vision that had drawn him to education in his younger years had been tested repeatedly by the harsh realities of managing an institution where limited resources, bureaucratic constraints, and the complex social dynamics of adolescent life combined to create challenges that no amount of good intention or pedagogical theory had adequately prepared him to address. Yet each setback, each budget cut, each policy change imposed by distant administrators who had never stood before a classroom full of struggling teenagers only strengthened his resolve to find creative solutions that honored both the practical necessities of institutional management and the higher principles that had originally inspired his commitment to educational service. His daily routine began long before the first students arrived and extended well after the last buses had departed, those quiet hours providing essential time for the planning, reflection, and administrative work that allowed him to be fully present and available when the hallways filled with the energy and chaos of young people navigating the complex challenges of academic, social, and personal development. The coffee that sustained him through these extended days had long since ceased to provide actual alertness, serving instead as a ritual comfort that marked the transition from one crisis to the next, while maintaining the caffeine-fueled optimism that allowed him to approach each new problem as an opportunity rather than a burden. The relationship between his educational ideals and the constant struggle to maintain order within an institution populated by students whose individual needs and behavioral challenges often seemed to exceed the capacity of traditional, disciplinary approaches required Principal Brown to develop diplomatic skills that rivaled those of international ambassadors, his ability to find common ground between conflicting parties becoming legendary among both students and staff, who had witnessed his patient mediation of disputes that seemed impossible to resolve through conventional administrative methods. His interactions with parents represented perhaps the most complex aspect of his professional responsibilities, as he worked to balance their natural advocacy for their own children with the broader institutional needs that required fair and consistent treatment for all students, regardless of their family backgrounds or the intensity of parental involvement in their educational experience. The delicate negotiations required to address concerns about grades, disciplinary actions, or social conflicts, while maintaining the trust and respect of all parties involved, demanded not only exceptional communication skills, but also an almost supernatural capacity for empathy that allowed him to understand and validate multiple perspectives simultaneously. The romantic relationship that had developed between Principal Brown and Miss Simeon represented both the greatest joy and the most significant complication in his professional life, as their shared commitment to education had created a foundation for deep understanding and mutual support that transcended the typical boundaries between colleagues. Yet, their different approaches to classroom management and student motivation sometimes created tensions that required careful navigation to prevent personal conflicts from affecting their professional responsibilities. Their courtship, conducted within the public environment of the school where they both worked, had required the kind of discretion and professionalism that ensured their relationship enhanced, rather than compromised their effectiveness as educators. Their ability to maintain appropriate boundaries while still supporting and encouraging each other, serving as a model for the kind of mature partnership that could flourish even within the challenging constraints of institutional life. The burden of responsibility that Principal Brown carried extended far beyond the immediate concerns of test scores and graduation rates to encompass the broader mission of helping young people develop the critical thinking skills, emotional intelligence, and ethical foundation that would serve them throughout their adult lives. His understanding that education was about far more than academic achievement, informing every policy, decision, and interpersonal interaction that defined his administrative approach. His relationship with the teaching staff required the delicate balance of providing support and resources while maintaining the accountability and standards that ensured all students received the quality education they deserved. His ability to inspire rather than intimidate, to encourage rather than criticize, creating an environment where dedicated educators could flourish, while those who had lost their passion for teaching were gently guided toward either renewal or alternative career paths that might better serve both their own fulfillment and the welfare of students. The special challenges presented by students like Gumball and Darwin, whose creativity and enthusiasm often manifested in ways that disrupted traditional classroom routines, required Principal Brown to develop innovative approaches to discipline that channeled, rather than suppress their energy, while helping them understand the importance of considering how their actions affected others within the learning community they all shared. His past failures and disappointments, carefully catalogued in the private journals he maintained as both professional development tool and emotional outlet, served not as sources of discouragement but as learning opportunities that informed his ongoing efforts to improve both his own effectiveness and the overall quality of the educational experience provided by his institution. His willingness to acknowledge mistakes and adapt his approaches, demonstrating the kind of intellectual humility that he hoped to model for both students and staff. The weight of institutional responsibility that rested upon his shoulders included not only the immediate concerns of daily operations, but also the long-term vision of what Elmore Junior High could become if provided with adequate resources, community support, and the kind of sustained commitment to excellence that required sacrificing short-term convenience for long-term benefit. His advocacy for increased funding and policy changes, often requiring him to engage in political activities that felt foreign to his naturally collaborative and consensus-building personality. The moments of triumph that periodically illuminated the often difficult work of school administration, the student who overcame significant challenges to achieve academic success, the teacher who discovered a new passion for their subject matter, the parent who finally understood the value of the educational approach being employed on behalf of their child, provided the emotional sustenance that allowed Principal Brown to maintain his optimism and dedication even during the most discouraging periods when progress seemed impossible and criticism seemed unfair. His vision for the future of education extended beyond the specific circumstances of his own institution to encompass broader questions about how society could better support the development of young people who would inherit responsibility for addressing challenges that current generations had been unable to solve. His belief that schools could serve as laboratories for social innovation and human development, providing the foundation for his continued investment in experimental programs and alternative approaches that other administrators might consider too risky or unconventional. Principal Brown had evolved from an idealistic young educator into a seasoned administrator whose commitment to the transformative power of learning had been tested by countless challenges, yet remained as strong as ever, his daily work serving as both practical necessity and spiritual calling. His legacy measured not in awards received or recognition achieved, but in the lives touched and futures improved through his patient, dedicated, and ultimately successful efforts to create educational environments where every student could discover their unique potential and every adult could find meaning through service to the next generation. Within the same educational institution where Principal Brown struggled daily to balance idealistic vision with practical necessity, there worked a woman whose connection to Elmore Junior High extended so far back into the mists of time that she had become less a teacher than a living embodiment of institutional memory, her presence in the classrooms and hallways serving as a bridge between generations of students, faculty, and administrators who had passed through these doors during her impossibly long career of dedicated service to the cause of education. Miss Lucy Simeon had begun her teaching career during an era when educational methods, student expectations, and social norms bore little resemblance to the contemporary environment in which she continued to work. Yet her ability to adapt and evolve while maintaining the core principles that had originally drawn her to the profession had allowed her to remain not only relevant, but essential to the ongoing mission of helping young people develop the knowledge, skills, and character traits necessary for successful adult life. The number of students who had passed through her classroom during her extended tenure was so vast that keeping track of individual names and faces had long since become impossible, yet her memory for the patterns of human behavior, the recurring challenges that each new generation faced, and the timeless strategies that proved most effective in motivating reluctant learners, had only grown more refined and sophisticated with each passing decade of accumulated experience. Her approach to classroom management and instruction had been forged during years when discipline was expected to be swift and decisive, when students were assumed to respect authority simply by virtue of its existence, and when educational success was measured primarily by the ability to demonstrate mastery of specific content rather than the broader developmental outcomes that contemporary pedagogy emphasized. Yet, rather than becoming a relic of outdated methods, Miss Simeon had learned to integrate the wisdom of traditional approaches with the insights of modern educational theory, creating a teaching style that was both demanding and supportive, strict and nurturing. The particular frustration that she experienced in her interactions with the Watterson family, especially the chaotic energy and creative disruption that Gumball brought to her carefully structured classroom environment, reflected not personal animosity or unfair bias, but rather the natural tension that existed between her systematic approach to learning and his spontaneous, intuitive style of engaging with new information and social situations. Her decades of experience had taught her to recognize the difference between students who challenged authority out of genuine rebellion or disrespect, and those whose disruptive behavior stemmed from creativity, intelligence, or emotional needs that were not being adequately addressed through conventional instructional methods. Yet this understanding did not make the daily work of managing such diverse learning styles and behavioral patterns any less exhausting or demanding. The evolution of her relationship with Principal Brown from professional colleagues to romantic partners had occurred gradually over years of shared challenges and mutual support. Their different approaches to education, creating both creative tension and complementary strengths that enhanced their individual effectiveness, while building the foundation for a personal connection that transcended their professional circumstances. Their courtship had unfolded within the public environment of the school where they both worked, requiring them to navigate the complex dynamics of maintaining appropriate professional boundaries while exploring the possibility of a deeper personal relationship. Their eventual success in balancing these competing demands, serving as testimony to their mutual respect, emotional maturity, and shared commitment to the welfare of the institution they both served. The hidden caring that Miss Simeon maintained beneath her reputation for strictness revealed itself in moments when students faced genuine crises or challenges that extended beyond academic performance. Her willingness to provide extra support, patient tutoring, or simply a listening ear, demonstrating that her high expectations were motivated not by cruelty or indifference, but by genuine belief in each student's capacity for growth and achievement when provided with appropriate guidance and encouragement. Her institutional knowledge and historical perspective proved invaluable during periods of educational reform or policy change, when administrators and newer faculty members needed to understand the context and consequences of previous initiatives in order to make informed decisions about future directions. Her role as unofficial historian and advisor, extending far beyond her formal job responsibilities to encompass broader leadership within the educational community. The loneliness that sometimes accompanied her extraordinary longevity in the profession stemmed not from lack of social connections, but from the unique perspective that came with having witnessed the full arc of educational trends, having seen the same problems arise and be addressed repeatedly across different generations, and having developed a long-term view of institutional change that sometimes made the urgency and enthusiasm of colleagues seem naive or misplaced. Her teaching methods, refined through decades of trial and error and informed by direct observation of what actually worked in practice rather than what educational theory suggested should work, had achieved a level of effectiveness that newer educators often envied but struggled to replicate. Her ability to command respect and maintain order while still engaging student interest, representing a skill set that could not be easily learned from textbooks or workshops. The relationships she had developed with generations of families within the Elmore community created a unique network of connections that extended far beyond the classroom. As former students became parents and grandparents who continued to seek her advice and perspective on educational and personal matters, her influence on community life, extending in ways that formal measures of teaching effectiveness could never fully capture. Her witness to the changing nature of childhood and adolescence across multiple decades had provided her with insights into the broader social and cultural forces that shaped young people's development, her classroom observations serving as a kind of anthropological study of how each generation adapted to the unique challenges and opportunities of their historical moment, while dealing with the universal experiences of growth, learning, and identity formation that transcended specific time periods. The accumulated wisdom that came from her impossible length of service to education had transformed Miss Simeon from simply an experienced teacher into something approaching an oracle of pedagogical knowledge. Her opinions and recommendations sought not only by colleagues within her own institution, but by educators throughout the region who recognized the value of her unique perspective and proven track record of success. Her dedication to the profession that had consumed her entire adult life reflected not mere habit or inability to envision alternative careers, but a genuine calling that had sustained her through countless challenges and changes. Her continued presence in the classroom, serving as testimony to the possibility that work could be both vocation and mission, that careers could serve purposes larger than personal advancement or financial security. Miss Lucy Simeon had become more than a teacher, more than an educator, more than even a dedicated professional. She had evolved into a living repository of wisdom about human development, learning, and the complex process by which knowledge, values, and skills were transmitted from one generation to the next, her immortal dedication to educational excellence serving as both inspiration and challenge to all who had the privilege of working alongside her in the sacred endeavor of shaping young minds and hearts. In the same institution where Principal Brown's idealistic vision and Miss Simeon's accumulated wisdom created the administrative and instructional foundation for educational excellence, there worked a diverse community of dedicated professionals whose individual approaches to teaching and learning represented the beautiful complexity of human personality applied to the noble task of guiding young people toward intellectual, emotional, and spiritual maturity through patient daily service to their growth and development. Mr. Steve Small brought to his role as guidance counselor a philosophical approach rooted in the conviction that every student possessed inherent wisdom and dignity that needed only the proper environment and encouragement to flourish. Naturally, his office serving as a peaceful sanctuary where young people could explore their deepest concerns and most ambitious dreams without fear of judgment or pressure to conform to expectations that might not align with their authentic selves. His hippie-influenced worldview, which might have seemed outdated or impractical to more conventional educators, provided struggling students with alternative perspectives that often proved more helpful than traditional counseling approaches. His ability to see beyond surface behaviors to the underlying emotional and spiritual needs that drove problematic patterns, allowing him to offer guidance that addressed root causes rather than merely managing symptoms. The meditation and mindfulness techniques that Mr. Small incorporated into his counseling practice had been learned through years of personal spiritual exploration that had taught him the value of inner peace and self-awareness as foundations for all healthy relationships and successful life choices. His gentle introduction of these concepts to students, providing them with tools for managing stress, anxiety, and interpersonal conflict that would serve them long after their school years had ended. His unconventional methods sometimes created tension with parents and administrators who preferred more structured and measurable approaches to student support. Yet the consistent positive outcomes he achieved with even the most challenging cases gradually earned him the respect and trust of colleagues who came to appreciate the value of having someone on staff whose perspective differed significantly from the mainstream while still serving the same fundamental goal of helping students achieve their full potential. Coach Russo's approach to physical education reflected his understanding that athletic activities could serve purposes far beyond physical fitness or competitive achievement. His programs designed to help students discover the joy of movement, the satisfaction of personal improvement, and the character-building benefits of teamwork, perseverance, and graceful acceptance of both victory and defeat. His own background as a former competitive athlete had taught him valuable lessons about the importance of mental toughness, strategic thinking, and emotional resilience that he worked to transmit to students regardless of their natural athletic ability or interest in sports. His coaching philosophy, emphasizing personal growth and mutual support rather than winning at any cost or excluding those who lacked natural talent. The mysterious elements of Coach's past, occasionally hinted at through references to experiences that seem to extend far beyond typical athletic or educational backgrounds, suggested depths of character and knowledge that enriched his interactions with students who needed mentors capable of understanding challenges that extended beyond the normal range of adolescent difficulties. His dedication to physical education as a means of promoting overall health and wellness reflected his belief that the mind and body were interconnected aspects of human development that could not be successfully addressed in isolation. His programs incorporating elements of nutrition education, stress management, and emotional regulation, alongside traditional athletic activities. The other faculty members who contributed their unique talents and perspectives to the educational mission of Elmore Junior High represented a microcosm of the broader community's diversity, their individual backgrounds, teaching specialties, and personality traits combining to create an environment where students could encounter multiple approaches to learning and discover the subjects and mentors that would inspire their continued intellectual growth. Mrs. Washington's mathematics classes emphasized not only computational skills and problem-solving techniques, but also the beauty and elegance of mathematical relationships. Her enthusiasm for her subject matter, proving contagious even among students who had previously considered themselves naturally unsuited for quantitative thinking. Her patient explanations and creative examples helping to demystify concepts that might otherwise have seemed abstract and irrelevant. Mr. Cornell's approach to language arts instruction balanced the technical aspects of grammar and composition with deep appreciation for literature as a means of exploring universal human experiences and developing empathy for perspectives that differed from students' own backgrounds and assumptions. His classroom discussions often evolving into philosophical conversations that challenged young people to think critically about complex moral and social issues. The collective effort required to maintain an educational environment where diverse learning styles, behavioral challenges, and individual needs could all be accommodated within the constraints of limited resources and standardized expectations demanded not only professional competence, but also personal commitment that extended far beyond contractual obligations, each faculty member contributing their unique strengths to a collaborative enterprise that was far greater than the sum of its individual parts. The daily challenges of motivating reluctant learners, managing classroom disruptions, adapting instructional methods to meet diverse needs, and maintaining enthusiasm for subjects that some students found inherently boring or difficult required reserves of creativity, patience, and dedication that could only be sustained through genuine love for both the subject matter being taught and the young people being served. The professional development and ongoing education that these dedicated teachers pursued during their own time and often at their own expense reflected their understanding that effective instruction required constant learning, adaptation, and growth, their commitment to excellence, motivating them to seek new strategies, explore innovative approaches, and collaborate with colleagues in pursuit of ever more effective ways to reach and inspire their students. The impact that these various educators had on the lives of their students extended far beyond the specific content, knowledge, or skills being taught in their individual classrooms. Their modeling of intellectual curiosity, ethical behavior, and dedication to service, providing examples of adult character and professional commitment that would influence student development in ways that formal curriculum could never achieve. The relationships between faculty members, characterized by mutual respect, professional collaboration, and personal friendship, despite their different backgrounds and teaching philosophies, created a positive institutional culture that students could sense and respond to. The atmosphere of cooperation and shared purpose contributing to the overall effectiveness of the educational program in ways that individual excellence alone could never accomplish. These dedicated educators had chosen to invest their careers and talents in the challenging but ultimately rewarding work of guiding young people through one of the most important phases of their development, their collective efforts creating an environment where learning could flourish, where differences could be celebrated, where mistakes could become opportunities for growth, and where every student could discover at least one adult who believed in their capacity for greatness and was willing to provide the support and encouragement necessary to help them achieve their unique potential and find their place in the larger world that awaited them beyond the protective walls of their educational community. Within the protective embrace of a peanut-shaped shell that had served as both home and prison since the moment of her birth, there lived a young girl whose entire existence had been defined by the careful balance between safety and suffocation, between protection and isolation, between the love that sought to shield her from all harm and the natural desire for freedom that grew stronger with each passing day, like a flower reaching inevitably towards sunlight that seemed always just beyond her reach. Penny Fitzgerald had spent her childhood years encased within the hardened exterior that her father's anxious devotion had created around her, the shell serving as a physical manifestation of the emotional barriers that her family's wealth and social status had erected to ensure that she would never experience the kind of rejection, disappointment, or genuine hardship that they believed could damage the perfect life they had worked so diligently to construct for their beloved daughter. The world beyond her protective casing appeared to her as a series of muffled sounds and filtered images. Her interactions with classmates and teachers mediated by the physical barrier that prevented true intimacy or authentic connection, while simultaneously marking her as different from everyone around her in ways that she could sense but not fully understand until she began to question whether the freedom, safety her shell provided was worth the price of never knowing what it felt like to touch another person's hand or feel the wind against her skin. Her artistic nature, which manifested in drawings and creative projects that revealed depths of imagination and emotional sensitivity that surprised even those closest to her, served as the primary outlet for feelings and desires that could not be expressed through the conventional social interactions that her shell made impossible, her artwork becoming a language through which she could communicate truths about her inner life that words seemed inadequate to convey. The pressure of perfection that surrounded every aspect of her daily existence stemmed not from cruelty or indifference, but from her family's genuine belief that love could be measured by the number of obstacles removed from a child's path and the degree to which potential sources of pain or failure could be eliminated through careful planning and strategic intervention, their protective instincts so comprehensive that they had inadvertently created the very isolation and frustration they had hoped to prevent. School provided Penny with her first real glimpse of the kind of authentic relationships and genuine experiences that existed beyond the carefully controlled environment of her family's expectations. Her classmates' easy camaraderie and natural acceptance of each other's flaws and differences, serving as a constant reminder of what she was missing while trapped within the confines of her protective shell and the social barriers that her family's status created around their interactions with others. The hidden desires that stirred within her heart were not rebellious or destructive, but simply human. The longing to be known and accepted for who she truly was, rather than who others expected her to be. The desire to experience both the joy and pain that came with genuine connection to others, and the growing certainty that a life lived entirely within protective barriers was not really a life at all, but merely a kind of beautiful imprisonment. Her relationship with Gumball began as many meaningful connections do, with a moment of recognition that transcended the surface differences that might have prevented two such apparently dissimilar individuals from discovering their underlying compatibility. His persistent interest in her as a person, rather than as a symbol of social status or academic achievement, gradually convincing her that authentic relationships were not only possible, but worth whatever risks they might entail. The courage required to eventually break free from her shell was not the sudden dramatic gesture that observers might have expected, but rather the culmination of countless small acts of rebellion, against the limitations that had been imposed upon her life, each moment of authentic self-expression building upon previous ones to create the momentum necessary for the final transformation that would allow her true self to be seen and accepted by the world around her. The revelation of her true form, when it finally occurred, represented not just a physical transformation, but a spiritual liberation that allowed her to embrace both her unique gifts and her common humanity, her decision to live without the protective barriers that had defined her childhood, marking the beginning of a new phase of development, characterized by both greater vulnerability and infinitely greater possibility for genuine connection and personal growth. The process of learning to navigate the world without her shell required Penny to develop new forms of confidence and self-protection that were based not on external barriers but on internal strength, her artistic talents and natural empathy, providing the foundation for relationships that were built on mutual understanding and appreciation, rather than the careful distance that had previously characterized all her interactions with others. Her family's eventual acceptance of her choice to live authentically, while initially marked by anxiety and resistance, ultimately became a testament to their genuine love for her as an individual, rather than their attachment to their own vision of what her life should look like. Their willingness to support her decision even when it challenged their deepest fears and assumptions, demonstrating the kind of mature love that trusts rather than controls. The relationship that developed between Penny and Gumball after her transformation was characterized by the kind of mutual discovery and growing intimacy that can only occur when two people feel safe enough to reveal their authentic selves. Their shared experiences of feeling different or misunderstood, creating a foundation for empathy and acceptance that transcended the typical challenges of adolescent romance. Her integration into the broader social community of Elmore Junior High, once she was no longer separated from others by the physical and psychological barriers that had defined her earlier existence, allowed her to discover talents and interests that had been suppressed by the limitations of her previous lifestyle. Her natural leadership abilities and creative gifts, finding expression in ways that benefited not only her own development, but the entire school community. The confidence that came from being accepted and valued for her true self, rather than for meeting others' expectations, allowed Penny to take risks and pursue goals that would have seemed impossible during her years within the shell, her artistic ambitions and social connections expanding to encompass possibilities that her protected childhood had never allowed her to seriously consider or explore. Penny Fitzgerald had transformed from a carefully protected child into a young woman whose courage in breaking free from the limitations that others had imposed upon her life had not only liberated her own potential, but provided inspiration and encouragement to others who struggled with their own forms of imprisonment, whether physical, emotional, or social, her journey serving as proof that authentic living was not only possible, but essential for anyone hoping to discover their unique purpose and contribution to the world around them. In the liminal spaces between the world of the living and whatever realm claimed those whose earthly existence had ended yet, who remained tethered to mortal concerns through bonds of love, unfinished business, or simple inability to accept the finality of death, there drifted a young girl whose ethereal nature marked her as fundamentally different from her classmates, yet whose emotional needs and adolescent struggles remained remarkably similar to those of any teenager seeking acceptance, understanding, and her place within the complex social dynamics that defined life at Elmore Junior High. Carrie Kruger's existence as a ghost presented unique challenges that extended far beyond the obvious practical difficulties of navigating a physical world, when one's own form remained stubbornly incorporeal, her supernatural nature creating barriers to normal social interaction that were both more profound and more subtle than anything her living classmates had to navigate in their own quests for belonging and authentic connection with others, who shared their experiences and understood their perspectives. The isolation that characterized her daily existence stemmed not from any inherent deficiency in her personality or social skills, but rather from the simple reality that most of her classmates, despite their general acceptance of the supernatural as a normal part of life in Elmore, could not fully relate to the experience of existing in a state that was neither fully alive nor completely dead, her ethereal condition placing her in a category that defied easy understanding or casual empathy from those whose existence remained firmly grounded in the material world. Her family history, extending back through generations of spirits who had chosen to remain connected to the mortal realm, rather than moving on to whatever awaited souls who completed their earthly journey, provided her with a sense of identity and belonging within the supernatural community, while simultaneously emphasizing her separation from the normal patterns of adolescent development that her living classmates took for granted. The supernatural heritage that shaped every aspect of her existence was not a burden she had chosen, but rather a condition that had been determined by circumstances beyond her control. Yet her approach to navigating the challenges it presented demonstrated a resilience and adaptability that would have impressed anyone who took the time to understand the complexity of her situation and the creativity required to maintain meaningful relationships across the boundary that separated the living from the dead. School provided Carrie with her primary opportunity for social interaction with beings whose existence operated according to different rules than her own, yet whose emotional needs for friendship, acceptance, and understanding created common ground that transcended the obvious differences in their physical nature and life experiences. Her presence in classrooms and hallways, serving as a bridge between worlds that might otherwise have remained completely separate. Her academic performance, while occasionally complicated by her supernatural abilities and the unique perspective that came from existing partially outside normal space and time, demonstrated both intelligence and dedication that earned the respect of teachers who learned to appreciate the unusual insights she could offer into subjects that others approached from more conventional angles. Her different way of experiencing reality, providing perspectives that enriched classroom discussions and group projects. The friendship she eventually developed with Darwin represented one of the most meaningful relationships in her life. Their shared experience of being different from the mainstream, creating a foundation for understanding and mutual support that might not have been possible if either had been dealing with their unique circumstances entirely alone, their bond demonstrating that authentic connection could transcend even the most fundamental differences in nature and background. The loneliness that sometimes overwhelmed her during quiet moments was not simply the result of her ghostly condition, but reflected the deeper human need for belonging that characterized all adolescents, regardless of their supernatural status. Her yearning for acceptance and understanding serving as a reminder that the desire for community and connection represented one of the most basic aspects of conscious existence. Her attempts to participate in normal teenage activities, from school dances to casual social gatherings, required constant adaptation and creativity as she learned to work within the limitations of her ethereal nature while still finding ways to contribute to group experiences and maintain the relationships that provided meaning and joy in her otherwise isolated existence. The supernatural abilities that came with her ghostly heritage, including her capacity for invisibility, incorporeality, and limited interaction with other supernatural entities, were not powers she had sought or particularly enjoyed, but rather natural aspects of her existence that she had learned to manage and occasionally employ when circumstances required the unique capabilities that her otherworldly nature provided. Her relationship with her family, while loving and supportive, was complicated by the reality that they existed in a supernatural community that operated according to different social rules and expectations than the mortal world where she spent most of her time, creating a sense of living between worlds that sometimes made it difficult to feel fully at home in either environment. The balance she had learned to maintain between embracing her supernatural heritage and participating in the mortal world required constant negotiation and compromise. Her daily existence characterized by the ongoing challenge of honoring her true nature, while still finding ways to build meaningful connections with beings whose experience of reality differed fundamentally from her own. The emotional maturity that Carrie had developed through years of navigating complex social situations while dealing with the unique challenges of her ghostly existence had given her insights into human nature and interpersonal relationships that exceeded what might typically be expected from someone her age, her perspective enriched by the detachment that came from existing partially outside the normal flow of mortal experience. Her contributions to the school community, while sometimes overlooked due to her tendency toward invisibility and the subtle nature of many supernatural interventions, included countless acts of kindness and support that demonstrated her commitment to the welfare of others despite the isolation and challenges that marked her own existence. Her service to classmates and teachers reflecting her understanding that belonging was something that had to be earned through giving rather than simply received through asking. The hope that sustained Carrie through the most difficult periods of her supernatural adolescence was not the expectation that her circumstances would somehow change to match those of her living classmates, but rather the growing confidence that authentic relationships and meaningful experiences were possible even for someone whose nature placed her outside the normal boundaries of mortal existence, her journey representing a unique exploration of what it meant to build a fulfilling life while honoring the reality of being fundamentally different from the majority of those around her. Carrie Kruger had grown from a lonely young ghost into someone whose ethereal nature had become not a barrier to meaningful existence, but rather a unique perspective that allowed her to bridge different worlds and offer insights that enriched the lives of everyone fortunate enough to know and appreciate her supernatural gifts and genuinely caring heart. In the bustling hallways of Elmore Junior High, where social hierarchies shifted with the unpredictable intensity of weather systems and the quest for acceptance could transform ordinary interactions into epic battles for recognition and respect, there walked a young man whose desperate desire to be perceived as cool and popular had become both his defining characteristic and his greatest source of personal suffering. His every word and action calculated to project an image of confidence and social success that bore little resemblance to the insecurity and longing that actually motivated his behavior. Tobias Wilson had constructed his entire adolescent identity around the pursuit of a social status that seemed to exist primarily in his own imagination. His understanding of what constituted coolness derived from a combination of media influences, half-understood cultural references, and wishful thinking that created a persona so removed from authentic self-expression that he had gradually lost touch with whatever genuine personality had existed beneath the layers of desperate performance and strategic self-presentation. The braggadocious exterior that he presented to classmates and teachers was not born from genuine confidence or actual achievement, but rather from a profound insecurity that convinced him that his true self was fundamentally unacceptable, and that survival within the complex social ecosystem of junior high required him to become someone entirely different, someone whose invented accomplishments and exaggerated capabilities might finally earn him the admiration and acceptance he craved with an intensity that bordered on physical pain. His family dynamics, while characterized by love and support from parents who genuinely cared about his welfare and wanted him to succeed, were complicated by social pressures and community expectations that had convinced him that his worth as a person was directly tied to his ability to achieve social prominence and peer recognition. His parents' own anxieties about their son's happiness inadvertently reinforcing his belief that being ordinary or unremarkable was a form of failure that reflected poorly on the entire family. The stories he told about his supposed adventures, achievements, and connections to impressive people or exciting experiences were not malicious lies intended to deceive or manipulate others, but rather desperate attempts to create a version of reality where he possessed the kind of interesting background and impressive capabilities that he believed would automatically generate the friendship and respect that seemed to come so naturally to other students who appeared more confident and socially successful than himself. His approach to friendship was complicated by his inability to distinguish between genuine connection and strategic alliance. His interactions with classmates often marked by attempts to position himself as valuable or impressive, rather than simply allowing natural compatibility and shared interests to develop organically. His desperation to be liked, making it difficult for others to relax and enjoy his company in the spontaneous way that characterized authentic peer relationships. The pain that lay beneath his constant attempts at self-promotion was rarely visible to casual observers, but revealed itself in moments of genuine vulnerability, when the exhaustion of maintaining his carefully constructed persona became too overwhelming to sustain. Those brief glimpses of his authentic self, serving as reminders that beneath the bluster and exaggeration lived a young person whose needs for acceptance and belonging were no different from anyone else's. His academic performance suffered not from lack of intelligence or natural ability, but from the enormous amount of mental and emotional energy required to maintain his social performance. His concentration on studies frequently interrupted by anxiety about peer relationships and strategic planning for social interactions that seemed to require the kind of careful choreography that left little attention available for learning or intellectual development. The moments of genuine friendship and connection that occasionally broke through his defensive strategies provided him with glimpses of what authentic relationships could feel like when based on mutual appreciation rather than impressed reaction to manufactured achievements. These experiences serving as both encouragement and frustration as he struggled to understand how to maintain such connections without falling back into the patterns of exaggeration and self-promotion that felt safer, but ultimately more isolating. His relationship with fashion, slang, and popular culture was marked by desperate attempts to stay current with trends that seemed to change faster than he could master them. His efforts to appear knowledgeable and sophisticated, often resulting in embarrassing mistakes that only reinforced his sense of social inadequacy, while providing ammunition for classmates who had begun to recognize the gap between his claims and his actual knowledge or experience. The vulnerability that he worked so hard to conceal was not weakness, but rather the normal human need for acceptance and validation that every adolescent experienced. Yet his inability to recognize this universality convinced him that his insecurities were unique character flaws that had to be hidden at all costs, rather than common experiences that could serve as the foundation for authentic connection with peers who struggled with their own versions of the same challenges. His attempts at romantic relationships were complicated by his tendency to approach potential partners as audiences for his performance, rather than as individuals whose own needs, interests, and feelings deserved consideration and respect. His dating strategies focused more on impressing than connecting. more on acquiring social status than building genuine intimacy, creating patterns of interaction that were ultimately unsatisfying for everyone involved. The teachers who worked with Tobias gradually learned to see past his obvious attempts at attention-seeking behavior to recognize the genuine intelligence and creativity that lay beneath his social anxiety, their patient encouragement and consistent expectations helping him begin to develop confidence in his actual abilities rather than his invented accomplishments. Though progress remained slow and often interrupted by setbacks when social pressures overwhelmed his developing sense of authentic self-worth, the family support that surrounded him, while sometimes misguided in its focus on external validation rather than internal development, provided a foundation of unconditional love that gradually began to help him understand that his worth as a person was not dependent on peer recognition or social achievement, but rather on the qualities of character and compassion that had always existed within him, but had been overshadowed by his desperate pursuit of artificial status. His journey toward authentic self-expression was marked by small victories and frequent setbacks as he slowly learned to distinguish between the persona he had created to protect himself and the genuine personality that had been suppressed by years of strategic self-presentation. His growing ability to risk being seen as ordinary rather than spectacular, representing a form of courage that his earlier pursuit of artificial coolness had never required or developed. The moments when Tobias allowed his authentic self to emerge, when he forgot to perform and simply existed as the naturally kind, reasonably intelligent, and genuinely caring young person he had always been beneath his defensive strategies, provided glimpses of the kind of relationships and experiences that awaited him once he developed the confidence to abandon his exhausting pursuit of artificial social status in favor of the more challenging but ultimately more rewarding work of learning to accept and express his genuine self. Tobias Wilson was slowly transforming from a young man trapped within his own desperate performance into someone who could begin to imagine a future where being authentic was not only possible, but preferable to the exhausting work of maintaining an artificial identity. His growing understanding that real friendship required genuine vulnerability rather than impressive achievement, marking the beginning of a journey toward the kind of social connections he had always wanted, but had never known how to achieve through honest means. In the vibrant tapestry of student life that characterized Elmore Junior High, where individual personalities combined and clashed in ways that created both beautiful harmonies and chaotic discordances, there moved a diverse collection of young people whose unique backgrounds, talents, and perspectives contributed to the rich complexity of the educational community, while each pursuing their own journey towards self-discovery, academic achievement, and social connection within the supportive yet challenging environment that school provided for their continuing development. Banana Joe's approach to daily existence was characterized by the kind of natural comedic timing and infectious enthusiasm that seemed to flow from his very being like music from a well-tuned instrument. His family's deep roots in the entertainment industry having provided him with both the confidence to perform and the understanding that genuine humor came not from forcing laughter, but from finding the absurd and delightful aspects of ordinary experience that others might overlook or dismiss as unworthy of attention. The comedy legacy that shaped his worldview extended back through generations of family members who had devoted their lives to bringing joy and laughter to others, their success in the entertainment business serving not as pressure to achieve similar heights but rather as inspiration to find his own unique voice and style, while honoring the traditions of timing, audience awareness, and genuine care for others' happiness that had made his relatives successful in their chosen field. His natural ability to find humor in even the most challenging situations, made him a valuable friend and classmate during difficult periods when others struggled with disappointment, frustration, or the kind of social drama that could make junior high feel like an emotional battlefield. His gift for lightening the mood and helping people gain perspective on their problems, representing a form of leadership that was both gentle and effective. The balance between entertainment and education that characterized his school experience required him to learn when humor was appropriate and helpful versus when serious attention and respectful silence were more suitable responses to the arcade situations he encountered. His developing understanding of social dynamics and emotional intelligence, allowing him to use his comedic gifts in ways that supported rather than disrupted the learning environment. Idaho's presence in the classroom and social settings provided a fascinating contrast to the more dramatic personalities that sometimes dominated group dynamics. His simple wisdom and straightforward approach to problem solving, offering perspectives that were both refreshing and surprisingly effective in situations where more complex strategies had failed to achieve desired outcomes. His underground origins, literally emerging from the earth that had nurtured his growth and development, gave him a unique connection to natural cycles and organic processes that informed his understanding of human relationships and social dynamics. His recognition that growth required both patience and proper conditions, helping him navigate the sometimes turbulent waters of adolescent friendship with steady determination and quiet confidence. The practical intelligence that characterized Idaho's approach to academic and social challenges was not flashy or attention-grabbing, but rather marked by the kind of solid reliability that made him a trusted friend and valued group member. His contributions to class discussions and team projects, often providing the grounding and stability that allowed more volatile personalities to express themselves without destabilizing the entire effort. His calm demeanor and natural acceptance of others' differences made him particularly effective at mediating conflicts and helping classmates work through interpersonal difficulties that might otherwise have escalated into lasting resentments or damaged relationships. His ability to see multiple perspectives and find common ground serving as a valuable resource for the entire school community. Terry's approach to health and cleanliness reflected not obsessive, compulsive behavior, but rather a genuine understanding of medical science and disease prevention that had been reinforced by her family background in healthcare professions. Her seemingly excessive precautions actually representing informed responses to real risks that others might ignore or dismiss due to lack of knowledge about how illnesses spread and how prevention strategies could protect both individual and community health. Her family's medical expertise had provided her with knowledge about anatomy, physiology, and disease processes that far exceeded what most students her age possessed. Yet this advanced understanding sometimes created anxiety and hypervigilance about health risks that made it difficult for her to relax and enjoy social activities that might expose her to potential contamination or infection. The balance between reasonable precaution and excessive worry that she struggled to maintain was complicated by the reality that many of her concerns were scientifically valid even when they seemed neurotic to classmates who had not been exposed to the same level of medical knowledge and awareness of how easily infectious diseases could spread through schools and other public environments. Her contributions to health, education, and safety awareness within the school community provided valuable services that protected everyone's welfare while also allowing her to find constructive outlets for her medical knowledge, natural inclination toward prevention and care. Her role as informal health advisor, helping classmates make informed decisions about everything from hand hygiene to exercise and nutrition, Carmen's artistic soul found expression through visual creativity that transformed ordinary assignments and classroom decorations into beautiful works of art that elevated the aesthetic environment of the school while providing inspiration and encouragement to classmates who might not have recognized their own creative potential. Without her example and gentle encouragement to explore artistic expression as a valuable form of communication and self-discovery. Her cactus family heritage had instilled in her an appreciation for beauty that could flourish, even in challenging conditions. Her understanding that art required both patience and persistence, helping her maintain creative projects and artistic ambitions even when immediate results seemed disappointing, or when others failed to appreciate the value of aesthetic expression in educational and social settings. The traditions that shaped her cultural identity provided rich material for artistic exploration, while also connecting her to a broader community of family members whose values and experiences informed her understanding of what it meant to contribute beauty and meaning to the world through creative work that honored both individual vision and collective heritage. Her quiet leadership in artistic projects and her willingness to share techniques and materials with classmates who showed interest in developing their own creative abilities helped establish art as a valued aspect of school culture that went beyond formal art classes to encompass decoration, celebration, and the kind of creative problem-solving that enriched every aspect of educational and social experience. The diverse collection of students who filled the hallways and classrooms of Elmore Junior High represented not just individual stories of growth and development, but also the beautiful complexity that emerged when different backgrounds, talents, and perspectives were brought together in service of shared goals and mutual support, their interactions creating an educational community where learning extended far beyond textbooks and formal instruction to encompass the rich lessons that could only be gained through daily engagement with the wonderful diversity of human personality and potential. These young people, each carrying their own dreams, challenges, and unique gifts, had created together a social environment where difference was not just tolerated but celebrated, where individual struggles were met with community support, where talents were shared rather than hoarded, and where the ordinary work of growing up was transformed into something approaching the mythical through the simple magic of authentic relationships built on mutual respect, shared laughter, and the kind of acceptance that allowed everyone to discover and express their most genuine selves. In the interconnected web of commerce and service that kept the suburban community of Elmore functioning with the quiet efficiency that allowed families to pursue their dreams and children to grow up in safety and comfort, there labored a man whose dedication to the essential work of daily life had made him simultaneously the most valuable and most overlooked member of society, his presence so ubiquitous across different businesses and institutions that he had become almost invisible despite being absolutely indispensable to the continued operation of everything that made modern civilization possible. Larry Needlemeyer's relationship with work had evolved far beyond the typical employee-employer dynamic into something approaching a sacred calling, though one that demanded sacrifices and endured hardships that would have broken the spirit of anyone less committed to the fundamental principle that society functioned only when individuals were willing to perform the unglamorous but essential tasks that others preferred to ignore or delegate to. Someone whose dedication exceeded their own capacity for sustained effort and reliable service. His daily routine began before dawn and extended well into the evening hours. The transition from one job to another accomplished with the practiced efficiency of someone who had learned to maximize every moment and minimize every unnecessary expenditure of time or energy. His ability to switch between completely different roles and responsibilities without apparent strain, representing a form of professional versatility that bordered on the superhuman in its scope and consistency. The pizza delivery service that provided one of his primary sources of income required not only driving skills and geographic knowledge, but also the customer service abilities necessary to represent the restaurant's reputation during every interaction with clients who might judge the entire establishment based on their brief encounter with the person who brought their food to their door. His commitment to excellence in this role extending far beyond mere completion of assigned deliveries to encompass genuine care for customer satisfaction and business success. His work at the video rental store, during an era when such establishments served as crucial cultural gathering places where community members could discover new forms of entertainment and engage in conversations about shared interests, demanded not only organizational skills and inventory management, but also the kind of encyclopedic knowledge about films and television that allowed him to serve as an informal entertainment consultant for customers seeking recommendations that matched their particular tastes and preferences. The gas station shifts that filled many of his overnight hours required vigilance and customer service skills that extended far beyond simple transaction processing, as he served as a first point of contact for travelers, emergency services, and community members whose needs might range from basic fuel purchases to complex mechanical problems, or even personal crises that required compassionate listening and practical assistance from someone whose presence provided stability and reliability during uncertain moments. His employment at the electronics store challenged him to stay current with rapidly changing technology, while also developing the communication skills necessary to explain complex technical concepts to customers whose understanding of modern devices might range from expert to completely novice. His patient instruction and genuine desire to help people make informed purchasing decisions, earning him the trust and respect of clients who returned specifically to seek his advice and assistance. The grocery store position that consumed many of his weekend hours involved not only physical labor and inventory management, but also the social skills necessary to interact positively with community members during their routine shopping experiences. His friendly demeanor and willingness to go beyond minimum job requirements to help customers locate items or resolve problems contributing to the pleasant atmosphere that made shopping a more enjoyable experience for busy families and stressed individuals. Each transition between different employment responsibilities required Larry to adjust not only his practical skills and knowledge base, but also his personality and communication style to match the expectations and culture of each workplace. His ability to authentically embody the values and standards of multiple organizations while maintaining his own integrity and personal principles, representing a form of character strength that few people ever developed or had opportunity to demonstrate. The physical exhaustion that accumulated from working multiple jobs with minimal rest between shifts was matched by emotional fatigue that came from constantly adapting to different supervisors, workplace dynamics, and customer expectations. Yet his commitment to reliable service never wavered, even during periods when the burden of responsibility seemed almost unbearable, and the recognition for his efforts seemed inadequate to match the scope of his contributions to community welfare. The dreams and aspirations that Larry maintained despite the demanding nature of his work schedule reflected not unrealistic expectations or dissatisfaction with honest labor, but rather the natural human desire to find meaning and purpose. Beyond mere survival, his hopes for creative expression, personal relationships, and individual achievement serving as sources of motivation that sustained him through the most challenging periods of his professional life. His interactions with employers and supervisors were characterized by the kind of dependability and positive attitude that made him a valued employee in every position he held, yet also sometimes resulted in increased responsibilities and expectations that reflected others' recognition of his exceptional capabilities, while potentially taking advantage of his unwillingness to disappoint anyone who counted on his assistance and support. The moments of genuine appreciation and recognition that occasionally came from customers, colleagues, or supervisors provided emotional sustenance that far exceeded their frequency or material value. These brief acknowledgements of his contributions, serving as reminders that his work mattered and that his dedication to service was noticed and valued by at least some of the people whose lives were improved by his efforts. His financial circumstances, while never approaching comfort or security despite his multiple income sources, reflected not poor money management or lack of work ethic, but rather the economic reality that essential service work often provided insufficient compensation for the value it created, his situation serving as a quiet commentary on how society rewarded different types of labor and contribution to collective welfare. The relationships he maintained with regular customers across his various jobs created an informal network of human connections that enriched his work experience, while also providing him with insights into the diverse challenges and joys that characterized different families and individuals within the Elmore community. His role as witness to these varied life experiences, contributing to his understanding of human nature and social dynamics. His approach to customer service was informed not by corporate training programs or management directives, but by genuine caring for others' welfare and authentic desire to contribute positively to their daily experiences. His natural kindness and consideration, making routine transactions into opportunities for human connection and mutual respect that elevated the ordinary business of commerce into something approaching community service. The resilience that allowed Larry to maintain his positive attitude and strong work ethic, despite facing challenges that might have led others to cynicism or despair, reflected deep reserves of character and spiritual strength that had been developed through years of choosing service over self-interest, community welfare over personal comfort, and hope over discouragement, even when circumstances seemed to offer little justification for optimism. The legacy that Larry Needlemeyer was building through his daily work extended far beyond the specific tasks he completed or services he provided, encompassing the broader example he set of how ordinary people could contribute to the common good through dedicated effort, reliable character, and unwavering commitment to the principle that every job worth doing was worth doing well, regardless of recognition received or compensation provided. His story represented one of the most important, yet underappreciated narratives within the Elmore community, demonstrating how the unglamorous work of maintaining civilization's infrastructure was actually performed by individuals whose dedication and sacrifice made possible the comfortable lives that others enjoyed. His quiet heroism serving as the foundation upon which more visible achievements and celebrated accomplishments could be built and sustained. In the corridors of corporate power where decisions were made that affected the economic landscape of Elmore and the opportunities available to families seeking to build secure and prosperous lives within the community, there operated a business empire that had been constructed through generations of careful investment, strategic planning, and the kind of relentless pursuit of excellence that transformed individual ambition into institutional success that provided both employment and economic stability for countless community members whose livelihoods depended on the points firms. Continued growth and profitability of well-managed enterprises. Mr. Fitzgerald's approach to business leadership reflected not only natural aptitude for strategic thinking and market analysis, but also the weight of family expectations that had been accumulating across decades of corporate success, each generation building upon the achievements of their predecessors, while facing the ongoing challenge of adapting traditional business practices to contemporary economic conditions and social expectations that required constant evolution and innovation. The corporate headquarters that served as the nerve center for the Fitzgerald business operations represented more than mere office space, but rather a monument to the vision and dedication of family members who had transformed modest beginnings into a commercial empire that influenced everything from employment patterns to real estate development throughout the region. Their success creating both opportunities and responsibilities that extended far beyond the immediate concerns of profit margins and market share. His daily schedule was structured around the kind of high-level decision-making that required not only analytical intelligence and market knowledge, but also the diplomatic skills necessary to manage relationships with investors, government officials, business partners, and community leaders whose support and cooperation were essential for continued corporate growth and social acceptance within a community that valued both economic prosperity and ethical business practices. The pressure to maintain and expand the family fortune had shaped every aspect of Mr. Fitzgerald's adult life, from his educational choices and career trajectory to his marriage and parenting decisions. The expectation that each generation would exceed the achievements of their predecessors, creating both motivation for excellence and anxiety about potential failure that could affect not only his own reputation, but the economic security of everyone whose livelihoods depended on the continued success of family enterprises. His relationship with his daughter Penny had been complicated by his genuine desire to provide her with every possible advantage and opportunity, while also preparing her to eventually assume leadership responsibilities within the family business empire. His protective instincts and high expectations, sometimes conflicting with her need for independence and authentic self-expression in ways that created tension despite their mutual love and respect. The social status that accompanied the Fitzgerald family's economic success brought with it obligations and expectations that extended far beyond business operations to encompass community leadership, charitable contributions, and social responsibilities that required significant investments of time, energy, and resources in causes and organizations that served the broader public good, while also maintaining the positive reputation that was essential for continued business success. His involvement in civic organizations and community development projects reflected not only personal values about social responsibility, but also practical understanding that business prosperity was ultimately dependent on community welfare. His investments in education, infrastructure, and cultural institutions, serving both altruistic purposes and strategic business interests that recognize the connection between corporate success and social stability. The business dealings that occupied most of his professional attention involved complex negotiations and strategic partnerships that required not only financial expertise and legal knowledge, but also the psychological insight necessary to understand the motivations and concerns of other business leaders whose cooperation was essential for achieving mutual goals while protecting his own family's interests and maintaining competitive advantages in challenging market conditions. His management philosophy emphasized both results-oriented performance standards and ethical business practices that reflected his understanding that long-term success required not only profitable operations, but also the kind of reputation for integrity and reliability that could withstand the inevitable challenges and setbacks that characterized any ambitious business enterprise operating in competitive markets with evolving regulations and changing consumer preferences. The corporate culture that he had worked to establish within family business operations emphasized both excellence and employee welfare. His recognition that company success depended ultimately on the dedication and capabilities of individual workers, leading him to invest in training programs, benefit packages, and workplace conditions that attracted and retained talented individuals whose contributions were essential for maintaining competitive advantages and continued growth. His community influence extended through various channels, including employment policies that affected hundreds of families, investment decisions that shaped local economic development, and charitable activities that supported education, healthcare, and cultural institutions whose services enriched the lives of community members, while also creating the kind of social environment that attracted additional businesses and residents who contributed to continued prosperity and growth. The weight of maintaining social status within Elmore's business community required constant attention to public perception and social expectations that sometimes conflicted with personal preferences and family needs. His understanding that corporate reputation could be damaged by individual behavior, leading him to carefully manage both professional and personal activities in ways that supported rather than threatened the business interests that provided security for his family and employment for his workers. The cost of perfectionism that characterized his approach to both business operations and family relationships reflected not personal vanity or excessive ambition, but rather genuine understanding that small mistakes or lapses in judgment could have consequences that extended far beyond immediate circumstances to affect the welfare of everyone who depended on the continued success and stability of enterprises that had been built through generations of careful planning and dedicated effort. His vision for the future involved not only continued business expansion and increased profitability, but also the development of sustainable practices and community partnerships that would ensure the long-term viability of family enterprises, while contributing to social and environmental goals that served broader public interests beyond immediate corporate concerns. His legacy measured not only in financial terms, but also in the positive impact that responsible business leadership could have on community welfare and individual opportunity. The Fitzgerald family business empire represented both achievement and responsibility, success and pressure, opportunity and obligation. Its continued prosperity, requiring not only business acumen and strategic vision, but also the personal sacrifices and ethical commitments that transformed individual ambition into community service and private enterprise into public benefit. The family's story serving as an example of how economic success could be employed in service of broader social goals when guided by principles that valued human welfare alongside financial achievement. In the modest office that served as headquarters for Elmore's law enforcement operations, where the tools of peacekeeping were as likely to include common sense and community knowledge as official procedures and regulatory protocols, there worked a man whose approach to maintaining public safety reflected not the aggressive enforcement strategies that characterized policing in larger urban areas, but rather the patient wisdom and gentle authority that proved most effective in a small community where most problems could be resolved through personal relationships and mutual respect. Donut Sheriff had earned his position not through formal law enforcement training or academic credentials, but through the kind of natural leadership and community trust that developed over years of demonstrating reliability, fairness, and genuine concern for the welfare of all Elmore residents, regardless of their social status, economic circumstances, or personal history. His authority derived more from moral character than official power, more from community consent than institutional mandate. His office, decorated with certificates of appreciation from various community organizations and photographs documenting decades of public service, served as both workplace and informal community center, where residents felt comfortable seeking advice, reporting concerns, or simply engaging in the kind of casual conversation that helped maintain the social connections and mutual understanding that were essential for preserving the peaceful atmosphere that made Elmore such a desirable place to live and raise families. The daily challenges that occupied his attention were rarely the dramatic crimes or dangerous confrontations that characterized law enforcement in more troubled areas, but rather the ordinary disputes and minor infractions that could escalate into serious problems if not addressed promptly and appropriately. His skill in de-escalating tensions and finding solutions that satisfied all parties involved, representing a form of peacekeeping that required more psychological insight than physical courage. His approach to law enforcement emphasized education and prevention over punishment and retribution. His understanding that most problematic behavior stemmed from misunderstanding, poor judgment, or temporary emotional stress, leading him to focus on addressing root causes rather than simply responding to symptoms. His methods proving more effective at maintaining long-term community harmony than more aggressive approaches that might provide immediate results but create lasting resentment. The relationships he had developed with families throughout Elmore created an informal network of communication and cooperation that allowed him to stay informed about developing problems before they reached crisis levels. His reputation for fairness and discretion, encouraging community members to seek his assistance with sensitive situations that might otherwise have been allowed to fester until they required more drastic interventions. His simple approach to complex problems often proved more effective than sophisticated strategies that failed to account for the human factors and local circumstances that shaped every situation. His intuitive understanding of community dynamics and individual personalities, allowing him to craft solutions that addressed both immediate concerns and underlying issues that contributed to recurring difficulties. The respect he commanded within the community had been earned through consistent demonstration of integrity, wisdom, and genuine concern for others' welfare. His decisions and actions guided not by personal interests or political considerations, but by commitment to fairness and justice that transcended individual relationships or temporary pressures. His moral authority, providing the foundation for effective leadership in situations where official powers alone would have proven insufficient. His interaction with young people reflected his understanding that today's minor troublemakers could become tomorrow's responsible citizens if provided with appropriate guidance and positive role models. His patient counseling and constructive consequences, helping redirect youthful energy and poor judgment toward more productive activities, while maintaining the kind of community connections that supported healthy development and social integration. The burden of maintaining peace in a community where chaos seemed to emerge regularly from the most ordinary circumstances required not only professional skills and personal patience, but also the kind of philosophical acceptance that allowed him to find meaning and satisfaction in work that was often thankless, always challenging, and occasionally dangerous despite the generally peaceful nature of suburban life. His knowledge of local history, family relationships, and community dynamics provided essential context for understanding current problems and developing appropriate responses. His long tenure in the position having given him insights into patterns of behavior and cause and effect, relationships that newer residents or temporary officials might miss. His institutional memory serving as a valuable resource for maintaining continuity and stability during periods of change. The community appreciation for his service was expressed not only through official recognition and continued employment, but also through the kind of personal respect and affection that developed when people recognized genuine dedication to their welfare. His presence at community events and social gatherings, welcomed not as official oversight, but as participation by someone whose contributions to community life extended far beyond his formal law enforcement responsibilities. His vision for community safety emphasized building the kind of social environment where problems were prevented through positive relationships and shared values, rather than deterred through fear of punishment. His understanding that true security came from mutual trust and cooperation, leading him to invest more energy in community-building activities than in enforcement actions, though he remained prepared to take firm action when circumstances required decisive intervention. The legacy that Donut Sheriff was creating through his dedicated service extended beyond crime statistics and incident reports to encompass the broader contribution he was making to community character and social cohesion. His example of principled leadership and genuine public service, providing inspiration for others who sought to contribute positively to collective welfare, while his practical wisdom and problem-solving skills helped maintain the kind of peaceful environment where families could thrive and children could grow up safe and secure. His story represented one of the essential but often overlooked narratives about how communities actually functioned, demonstrating that effective governance and social order depended less on formal institutions and legal structures than on individuals whose character and commitment created the foundation of trust and mutual respect that allowed diverse people to live together in harmony despite their different backgrounds, interests, and perspectives. In the vibrant marketplace of creativity and commerce that flourished throughout Elmore, where individual talents and entrepreneurial spirits combined to provide both essential services and enriching experiences for community members whose diverse needs and interests required a broad spectrum of goods and entertainment options, there worked a dedicated collection of artists, performers, and service providers whose contributions to daily life were measured not only in economic terms, but also in the beauty, joy, and practical assistance they brought to their neighbors' everyday experiences. Rocky Robinson had devoted his adult life to the ancient art of puppetry, a form of entertainment that required not only technical skill in manipulation and voice work, but also the storytelling abilities necessary to transform simple fabric and wood constructions into characters whose adventures and prosody relationships could captivate audiences and provide both amusement and gentle instruction about human nature and social values. His performances serving as a bridge between traditional folk entertainment and contemporary community needs for shared cultural experiences. His puppet theatre, while modest in scale and equipment compared to larger commercial entertainment venues, provided an intimate setting where families could gather to enjoy performances that were specifically designed to appeal to both children and adults. His understanding of different developmental stages and attention spans, allowing him to craft shows that engaged multiple generations simultaneously while addressing themes and concerns that resonated with contemporary audiences living in suburban environments. The artistic struggles that characterized his professional life reflected not lack of talent or dedication, but rather the economic reality that creative work often provided uncertain income and limited financial security. His commitment to maintaining high artistic standards while also meeting practical business needs, requiring constant balance between creative vision and market demands that sometimes seem to conflict with his aesthetic goals and personal values. His relationships with other community performers and artists created an informal network of mutual support and creative collaboration that enriched the cultural life of Elmore, while providing individual artists with opportunities for professional development and artistic growth that might not have been available through purely commercial arrangements. Their shared commitment to excellence and community service, creating bonds that transcended professional competition. The mechanical and technical skills required to maintain his puppets, stage equipment, and sound systems had been developed through years of necessity and experimentation, his limited budget requiring him to become proficient in everything from woodworking and sewing to electronics and marketing, his diverse capabilities representing the kind of self-sufficiency that characterized many independent artists and small business operators. His contribution to community events and seasonal celebrations extended beyond formal puppet shows to include participation in parades, festivals, and special programs that brought residents together for shared cultural experiences. His willingness to donate time and talent to community causes reflecting his understanding that artistic success was ultimately dependent on maintaining strong relationships with the audiences and supporters who made creative work economically viable. The other working citizens who filled essential roles throughout Elmore's economic ecosystem represented a diverse collection of individuals whose specialized skills and dedicated service provided the foundation for the comfortable and secure lifestyle that most residents enjoyed. Their collective efforts creating the infrastructure of goods and services that made modern suburban life both convenient and pleasant. From the postal workers who ensured reliable communication and package delivery to the utility technicians who maintained the power and water systems that supported every household and business, from the healthcare providers who cared for community members during illness and injury, to the retail workers who made shopping for necessities and luxuries a pleasant and efficient experience. The network of service providers created the complex support system that allowed families to focus on their relationships and personal goals rather than basic survival needs. The seasonal workers who maintained parks and recreational facilities contributed to the beauty and functionality of shared spaces where residents could gather for exercise, relaxation, and social interaction. Their attention to landscaping and facility maintenance, creating environments that enhanced property values while providing opportunities for healthy activities and community building that enriched everyone's quality of life. The restaurant and food service workers who prepared and served meals for busy families and social gatherings provided not only nutrition and convenience, but also opportunities for celebration and connection. Their hospitality and culinary skills contributing to the social fabric of community life, while supporting local agriculture and food production systems that benefited the broader regional economy. The interconnected web of commerce and service that these dedicated individuals maintained through their daily work created the stable foundation upon which more visible achievements and celebrated successes could be built. Their contributions to community welfare providing the essential support that allowed others to pursue education, creative expression, and personal fulfillment without worrying about basic needs or infrastructure failures. The small acts of service and kindness that characterized the daily interactions between service providers and community members created an atmosphere of mutual respect and cooperation that distinguished Elmore from larger, more impersonal communities where such relationships might be impossible to maintain. The personal connections and shared commitment to collective welfare, providing social cohesion that enhanced both individual security and community resilience. These working citizens, while rarely receiving public recognition or media attention for their contributions, represented the backbone of community life, whose reliability and dedication made possible the peaceful prosperity that characterized suburban existence, their stories serving as reminders that civilization's achievements depended ultimately on the willingness of ordinary people to perform essential work with integrity and care for their neighbors' welfare. In the shadowy margins of existence, where the boundaries between meaning and meaninglessness blurred like watercolors bleeding together in the rain, there had once lived a character whose presence in the grand narrative of Elmore was so subtle and unremarkable that even those who occasionally shared classrooms or hallways with him might struggle to recall specific details about his appearance, his personality, or his contributions to the complex social dynamics that shaped daily life at the school, his very essence seeming to fade into the background, like a whisper that was spoken too softly to be clearly heard or remembered. Rob had begun his existence as what storytellers and audiences alike might recognize as a background character, one of those countless individuals who populated the edges of more dramatic narratives, without ever stepping forward into the spotlight that illuminated the adventures and relationships of protagonists whose lives seemed inherently more interesting and consequential than his own. His role in the great story of Elmore Junior High limited to providing context and atmosphere rather than driving plot or contributing meaningful dialogue to conversations that actually mattered. The tragedy of his situation was not immediately apparent even to Rob himself, for background characters by their very nature existed in a state of unconscious acceptance of their limited role in the larger narrative, their purpose fulfilled simply by being present when needed to fill out crowd scenes or provide generic reactions to events that affected more important characters, their individual desires and potential for growth remaining undeveloped because no one, including themselves, expected or required such development. His daily routine had been characterized by the kind of pleasant anonymity that allowed him to observe the more dramatic events and relationships that surrounded him without feeling pressured to participate or compete for attention. His presence acknowledged when necessary, but never demanded or particularly welcomed. His contributions to group activities, minimal but adequate to fulfill whatever limited function had been assigned to his character archetype. The first signs that something was fundamentally wrong with his existence began to manifest as subtle inconsistencies in how others perceived and interacted with him. Moments when classmates would look directly at him, but seem somehow unable to focus clearly on his features or remember his name, even though they had supposedly known each other for years. Conversations that would continue around him as if he were not present, even when he attempted to contribute relevant comments or observations. These experiences of being overlooked or forgotten might have been dismissed as ordinary social awkwardness or the natural result of his own reserved personality, yet they occurred with increasing frequency and intensity until it became impossible to ignore the growing evidence that his very existence was somehow becoming less substantial, less real, less firmly anchored in the shared reality that defined normal social interaction and individual identity. The realization that he was being erased from the narrative of Elmore's story came not through dramatic revelation, but through gradual accumulation of evidence that his presence in the world was diminishing in ways that defied explanation through conventional understanding of memory, attention, or social dynamics. His increasing invisibility suggesting that something far more fundamental and terrifying was occurring than simple social rejection or personal inadequacy. The process by which a character could be forgotten by the very story that had created them represented a form of existential horror that transcended ordinary fears of death or abandonment, For while those tragedies still allowed for the possibility of being remembered or mourned, true narrative erasure threatened to eliminate not only present existence but also past significance, making it as if the erased individual had never existed at all. His attempts to assert his presence and importance became increasingly desperate as the boundaries of his existence continued to contract. His efforts to engage in meaningful relationships or contribute to significant events met with responses that suggested others were struggling to perceive him clearly or remember his involvement. Even moments after interactions had concluded, the very fabric of reality seeming to resist his attempts to claim a more substantial role in the ongoing story. The void that eventually claimed him was not a place in any conventional sense, but rather a state of being completely removed from narrative significance, a realm where forgotten characters existed in limbo between the stories that had discarded them and the oblivion that awaited those who could not find new narratives to sustain their existence. The experience of being trapped in this non-space representing the ultimate form of isolation and meaninglessness. Within the void, Rob encountered other characters who had suffered similar fates, individuals whose roles in various stories had been deemed unnecessary or redundant by the forces that shaped narrative reality, their collective existence serving as testimony to the harsh truth that not all characters could maintain their place in the stories that had originally given them life and purpose. Their forgotten status, creating a community of the discarded and abandoned. The transformation that Rob underwent during his time in the void was not the positive character development that marked successful narrative arcs, but rather a corruption that reflected his growing bitterness and resentment toward the story world that had rejected him. His desire to reclaim his place in the narrative, gradually evolving into a destructive obsession with proving his significance through conflict and opposition rather than cooperation and contribution. His obsession with Gumball represented more than mere jealousy or personal antipathy, but rather a complex psychological response to the fundamental injustice of narrative distribution. His recognition that some characters were granted central roles and meaningful relationships, while others were condemned to invisibility and irrelevance, creating an anger that transcended individual grievance to encompass broader questions about fairness, purpose, and the right to exist within shared stories. The emergence of Rob as a nemesis, rather than simply a forgotten character, marked his successful transition from passive victim of narrative neglect to active agent of his own destiny. Though the means he chose to achieve recognition and importance involved opposition and conflict, rather than the positive contributions that might have restored his place in the story through constructive rather than destructive methods. His various schemes and plots to gain attention and assert his significance represented not mere villainy, but rather desperate attempts to prove that his existence mattered, and that the story was incomplete without acknowledging his presence and importance. His methods chosen specifically to force recognition from characters who might otherwise have continued to overlook or forget his existence entirely. The tragedy of Rob's transformation lay not in his becoming an antagonist, but in the reality that his need for recognition and significance was fundamentally justified, even as his methods for achieving these goals created conflict and suffering for others who had never intended to participate in his erasure or contributed consciously to his neglect. His story serving as a cautionary tale about the consequences of narrative indifference and the importance of ensuring that every character felt valued and included. The relationship that developed between Rob and Gumball, while characterized by conflict and opposition, also contained elements of the recognition and attention that Rob had always craved. His role as nemesis, providing him with the narrative significance and character development that had been denied to him during his time as a background figure, though at the cost of positive relationships and peaceful coexistence. His struggle to maintain his existence and assert his importance represented broader themes about identity, purpose, and the human need for recognition and meaningful relationships, his experience serving as a metaphor for anyone who had ever felt overlooked, forgotten, or dismissed as unimportant by the communities and social systems that shaped their daily lives and determined their opportunities for growth and contribution. Rob's journey from forgotten background character to significant antagonist demonstrated both the destructive potential of narrative neglect and the transformative power of recognition, however negative, his story serving as a reminder that every individual possessed inherent worth and potential for meaningful contribution that should be acknowledged and nurtured rather than ignored or dismissed as irrelevant to the larger stories that defined community life and social relationships. In the strange landscape of Elmore's reality, where the laws of physics seemed more like gentle suggestions, and the boundaries between possible and impossible blurred with the casual ease of chalk dissolving in rain, there existed phenomena that defied conventional understanding and challenged even the most flexible definitions of what constituted normal suburban life. The very fabric of existence in this peculiar community, woven from threads that included equal parts ordinary domesticity and supernatural possibility. The nature of Elmore's cartoon reality operated according to principles that bore little resemblance to the rigid scientific laws that governed most other communities, its residents living within a framework where transformation and metamorphosis were not only possible, but commonplace, where the distinction between animate and inanimate objects remained fluid and negotiable, and where the power of narrative convenience could override logical consistency in service of character development and entertainment value. The visual and physical characteristics that defined this reality included the coexistence of beings whose anatomical structures ranged from recognizably biological to completely abstract, their ability to interact and communicate, despite fundamental differences in their essential nature, serving as testament to the inclusive and adaptive qualities that characterized the community's approach to diversity and social integration, their shared existence, proving that meaningful relationships could transcend even the most basic categories of what constituted living versus non-living entities. The temporal and spatial anomalies that occasionally disrupted the normal flow of daily life represented not system failures or reality glitches, but rather natural expressions of the malleable relationship between cause and effect that allowed for the kind of creative problem-solving and unexpected outcomes that made Elmore such a uniquely stimulating environment for personal growth and adventure, though these phenomena also created challenges for residents who preferred predictability and logical consistency in their daily experiences. Characters who slipped through the cracks of this flexible reality often found themselves caught between different states of existence, their incomplete integration into the community's shared narrative, leaving them vulnerable to the kind of existential instability that could result in partial or complete erasure from the social and physical environment that sustained everyone else's continued presence and significance within the ongoing story of suburban life. The void that existed at the margins of Elmore's reality served as both sanctuary and prison for those whose connection to the community's shared story had been severed or damaged, this liminal space providing a form of existence that was neither fully present nor completely absent, its inhabitants experiencing a state of suspended animation that preserved their essential identity while denying them the narrative significance and social relationships that gave meaning to conscious existence. The population of the void included not only characters like Rob, who had been gradually forgotten by the community that had originally created and sustained them, but also incomplete beings who had never achieved full integration into Elmore's reality, experimental entities whose development had been abandoned before they could establish stable identities and secure places within the social framework that defined normal life for the community's recognized residents. These forgotten inhabitants existed in various states of narrative decay and existential uncertainty, some maintaining clear memories of their previous lives and relationships, while others retained only fragmentary impressions of purposes and connections that had once provided structure and meaning to their existence, their collective presence in the void serving as a repository of abandoned potential and discarded possibilities. The mechanisms that governed entry into and exit from the void remained mysterious, even to those who experienced them directly. The transition between normal existence and liminal suspension, apparently dependent on factors that included not only community recognition and narrative relevance, but also individual will and the mysterious forces that determined which stories would be sustained and which would be allowed to fade into obscurity and eventual oblivion. The interface between the void and normal Elmore reality created opportunities for interaction and influence that worked in both directions, forgotten characters sometimes finding ways to affect events in the world that had discarded them, while changes in the community's shared narrative occasionally opened possibilities for redemption and reintegration that could restore exiled individuals to full participation in the social and physical environment they had lost. The reality glitches that periodically affected normal daily life often coincided with disturbances in the void's stability, these disruptions creating temporary bridges between different states of existence that allowed for exchanges of energy, information, and sometimes even personnel between the world of the recognized and the realm of the forgotten, though such interactions typically proved unstable and short-lived unless supported by broader changes in narrative structure and community acceptance. The fragility of existence within Elmore's cartoon reality extended beyond individual characters to encompass entire concepts and social structures. The community's shared story, constantly evolving and adapting in ways that could suddenly make previously important elements seem obsolete or irrelevant. The threat of narrative obsolescence creating underlying anxiety, even among well-established residents who understood that their continued existence depended on maintaining relevance and meaning within the ever-changing story of Tom. Suburban life. The maintenance of stable reality required constant collective effort from all community members. Their shared belief in and commitment to the ongoing story, providing the foundation that supported individual existence and social cohesion. Their recognition that they were all participants in a narrative that was larger than any individual character, yet dependent on each person's contribution to the whole, creating both security and responsibility for maintaining the first delicate balance that kept their world functioning. The lessons that could be learned from understanding Elmore's unique relationship between reality and story included recognition that existence was not guaranteed simply by biological or physical presence, but required ongoing social recognition and narrative significance. The community's experience demonstrating that healthy societies must actively work to ensure that all members felt valued and included in the shared stories that defined collective identity and individual purpose. The beauty and danger that characterized life in a reality where story and existence were so intimately connected provided both unprecedented opportunities for creativity and transformation, and constant reminders that meaning, significance were fragile gifts that required careful nurturing and protection. The residents of Elmore serving as pioneers in exploring what it might mean to live consciously within narratives that could be shaped by community will and individual choice. Throughout the pleasant suburbs and winding pathways of Elmore, where the distinction between ordinary and extraordinary had long since been abandoned in favor of a more inclusive understanding of what constituted normal daily life, there flourished a rich ecosystem of supernatural beings and mystical phenomena that coexisted with mundane suburban routines in ways that enriched the community's cultural landscape while providing residents with constant reminders that reality contained depths and possibilities that extended far beyond the boundaries of conventional scientific understanding. The various supernatural residents who had made Elmore their home brought with them ancient wisdom and otherworldly perspectives that added complexity and depth to the community's collective understanding of existence, their presence serving as bridges between the mortal realm and dimensions of experience that remained largely mysterious to their more conventionally corporeal neighbors. Yet their integration into daily life demonstrated that differences in fundamental nature need not prevent meaningful relationships and mutual support. The ghostly inhabitants like Carrie represented not anomalies or aberrations, but rather natural expressions of the community's inclusive approach to diversity, their ethereal nature providing unique capabilities and perspectives that enriched group problem-solving efforts, while their emotional needs and social desires remained remarkably similar to those of their living classmates. Their successful integration serving as proof that belonging was determined more by character and contribution than by physical or metaphysical characteristics. The magical practitioners and mystically gifted individuals who lived quietly among Elmore's more ordinary families contributed their specialized knowledge and supernatural abilities to community welfare in ways that were often subtle and unrecognized by those who benefited from their interventions. Their understanding of forces and principles that existed beyond normal perception, allowing them to address problems and provide assistance that conventional methods could never achieve. The ancient beings whose lifespans extended far beyond typical mortal experience served as repositories of historical knowledge and cultural continuity, their memories spanning generations of community development, providing essential context for understanding current challenges and opportunities, while their patient wisdom offered guidance and perspective during periods of rapid change or social uncertainty. The seasonal and cyclical phenomena that marked Elmore's calendar included not only conventional holidays and celebrations, but also mystical observances and supernatural events that connected the community to larger patterns of cosmic significance. These occasions providing opportunities for residents to experience their connection to forces and purposes that transcended individual concerns, while strengthening social bonds through shared participation in activities that acknowledged their place within broader spiritual and magical frameworks. The protective enchantments and beneficial spells that had been woven into the very infrastructure of the community created an environment where negative supernatural influences were minimized and positive mystical energies were channeled towards supporting health, happiness, and prosperity for all residents, regardless of their own magical abilities or supernatural awareness. These invisible safeguards, representing generations of accumulated wisdom about how to create living spaces that nurtured both material and spiritual well-being. The balance between embracing supernatural elements and maintaining practical functionality required ongoing negotiation and compromise between different factions within the community. The needs and preferences of magical beings, sometimes conflicting with the requirements of more conventional residents, in ways that demanded creative solutions and mutual understanding to preserve the harmony and cooperation that characterized Elmore's social environment. The educational implications of living in a community where supernatural phenomena were accepted as normal included opportunities for young people to develop expanded understanding of reality's possibilities while also learning to distinguish between beneficial and potentially dangerous forms of mystical activity. Their exposure to magic and otherworldly influences providing valuable preparation for navigating an existence where conventional rules might not always apply. The economic and commercial aspects of supernatural integration created unique business opportunities and service industries that catered to the specialized needs of magical residents, while also providing ordinary community members with access to products and services that enhance their daily lives through application of mystical principles and otherworldly knowledge. These enterprises demonstrating that supernatural abilities could be employed constructively for mutual benefit and community prosperity. The healing and therapeutic practices that incorporated both conventional medical knowledge and supernatural healing techniques provided residents with access to treatment options that addressed physical, emotional, and spiritual aspects of health and wellness. The integration of magical and mundane approaches to healthcare, resulting in more comprehensive and effective interventions than either approach could achieve independently. The mysteries that remained unsolved even within Elmore's accepting and supernatural-friendly environment provided ongoing sources of wonder and exploration for residents whose curiosity extended beyond the boundaries of even their expanded understanding of reality. These unresolved questions serving as reminders that existence contained depths and complexities that could provide lifetimes of investigation and discovery. The connection between Elmore's supernatural elements and the broader mystical traditions and cosmic forces that existed beyond the community's boundaries created opportunities for residents to participate in networks of knowledge and power that spanned dimensions and connected them to purposes and relationships that extended far beyond their immediate suburban environment. Yet these connections were balanced by strong commitments to local community, welfare, and earthbound responsibilities. The legacy that Elmore's supernatural residents were creating through their integration into suburban life included demonstration that magical beings and mystical phenomena could coexist peacefully and productively with more conventional forms of existence. Their success in building inclusive communities, providing models and inspiration for other locations where supernatural and mundane populations might seek to develop similar arrangements based on mutual respect and shared commitment to collective well-being. The magic that permeated everyday moments in Elmore was not limited to dramatic spells or obvious supernatural events, but rather manifested most powerfully in the ordinary miracles of friendship, love, and community cooperation that transformed routine suburban life into something approaching the mythical. The residents' experience demonstrating that the most profound magic was often found not in extraordinary phenomena, but in the simple recognition that existence itself was wondrous and that every moment contained possibilities for beauty, connection, and transformation that could be accessed by anyone willing to approach daily life with openness, gratitude, and wonder. In the intricate social tapestry that wove together the diverse personalities and backgrounds of Elmore's residents, where individual differences in species, temperament, and life experience might have created insurmountable barriers in less accepting communities, there had developed over time a remarkable network of friendships that transcended conventional categories and expectations. These bonds between unlikely companions serving as testimony to the transformative power of genuine acceptance and the beautiful possibilities that emerged when people chose to look beyond surface differences to discover the deeper qualities that connected them. The friendship between Gumball and Darwin represented perhaps the most extraordinary example of how love could literally reshape reality to accommodate new forms of relationship, their bond having begun when one was simply a pet goldfish, and the other, a young cat who possessed the kind of open heart that could recognize consciousness and personality, even in beings that others might dismiss as incapable of complex thought or emotional connection, their relationship evolving through Darwin's miraculous transformation into something that demonstrated how authentic caring could overcome any obstacle or limitation. Their daily adventures and shared experiences created a foundation of mutual trust and understanding that allowed them to navigate even the most challenging situations with confidence born from knowing that whatever difficulties they might face, they would face them together, their complementary personalities, creating a partnership where Gumball's enthusiastic creativity was balanced by Darwin's thoughtful wisdom, and Darwin's gentle nature was energized by Gumball's boundless optimism and determination. The loyalty that characterized their friendship was not the blind devotion that ignored faults or enabled harmful behavior, but rather the mature commitment that allowed each to be completely honest with the other while maintaining unwavering support during moments of failure or weakness. Their relationship demonstrating that true friendship required both acceptance of imperfections and willingness to encourage growth and positive change when needed. Their ability to communicate without words, to anticipate each other's needs and reactions, and to provide exactly the right kind of support during both triumphs and difficulties had developed through years of shared experiences that had taught them to recognize the subtle signs and signals that indicated when intervention was needed, and when simple presence was sufficient. Their intuitive understanding of each other serving as a model for the kind of deep connection that all meaningful relationships aspired to achieve. The friendship between Penny and Carrie illustrated how two individuals whose life experiences seemed completely different could find common ground in their shared feelings of being outsiders looking in on social dynamics that others took for granted. Their bond forged through mutual recognition that both had struggled with questions of identity and belonging that went far beyond typical adolescent concerns about popularity or academic achievement. Their conversations often explored philosophical questions about existence, purpose, and the nature of authentic self-expression that reflected their shared experience of existing outside normal categories. Penny's journey from protected shell to vulnerable authenticity resonating with Carrie's navigation between the world of the living and her supernatural heritage, both having learned valuable lessons about the courage required to exist as one's true self in environments that might not immediately understand or accept difference. The support they provided each other during moments of uncertainty or self-doubt was characterized by the kind of gentle understanding that could only come from personal experience with similar challenges, their friendship offering both practical advice and emotional validation that helped each navigate the unique difficulties that came with their respective circumstances, while celebrating the strengths and insights that their unusual perspectives brought to their relationships with others. Their shared artistic interests and creative projects provided outlets for expression and collaboration that allowed them to explore themes and ideas that might have seemed too abstract or personal for ordinary social conversation, their creative work serving as both communication tool and source of mutual inspiration that enriched their individual development, while strengthening their bond through shared accomplishment and creative discovery. The friendship network that surrounded characters like Tobias demonstrated how patient acceptance, and genuine caring could gradually help someone overcome deeply ingrained patterns of insecurity and defensive behavior. His classmates' willingness to see past his obvious attempts at impression management, to recognize the fundamentally kind and intelligent person beneath his social anxiety, creating an environment where authentic self-expression became possible and desirable. The process by which Tobias learned to trust his friends enough to reveal his genuine personality rather than his carefully constructed persona required both courage on his part and consistent demonstration of acceptance and support from those around him, their friendship teaching him that vulnerability was not weakness, but rather the foundation for meaningful connection, and that being ordinary was far more valuable than being artificially impressive. The diverse group of students who had gradually formed bonds across species and social boundaries at Elmore Junior High created a social environment where difference was not just tolerated, but actively celebrated, their individual strengths and perspectives combining to solve problems and create experiences that none could have achieved alone. Their collective friendship demonstrating that diversity was not a challenge to be managed, but rather a resource to be treasured and cultivated. The loyalty that bound these various friendship groups together was tested regularly by the kinds of conflicts and misunderstandings that inevitably arose when strong personalities with different backgrounds and opinions attempted to navigate complex social and emotional terrain. Yet their commitment to working through difficulties rather than abandoning relationships at the first sign of trouble created bonds that grew stronger rather than weaker when challenged by external pressures or internal disagreements. The growth that occurred within these friendship networks was bidirectional, with each individual both contributing their unique gifts and perspectives, while also learning from exposure to different ways of thinking and being in the world. Their relationships serving as laboratories for personal development, where new aspects of character could be discovered and cultivated through interaction with friends who brought out different qualities and capabilities. The power of acceptance that characterized the healthiest friendships within Elmore's community extended beyond simple tolerance of difference to encompass active appreciation for the unique contributions that each person brought to shared experiences, their ability to recognize and celebrate individual strengths, while providing support during moments of weakness or uncertainty, creating an environment where everyone could develop their full potential while remaining connected to a supportive social network. The challenges that these diverse friendships helped individuals overcome included not only external obstacles and practical problems, but also internal barriers such as self-doubt, fear of rejection, and the kind of limiting beliefs about personal worth or capability that could prevent people from pursuing their dreams or expressing their authentic selves. Their friends' consistent encouragement and realistic assessment of their abilities, providing the foundation for confidence and personal growth. The mutual support that flowed through these friendship networks created a form of collective resilience that allowed the entire community to weather difficulties and celebrate successes together. Their interconnected relationships, serving as both safety net and launching pad for individual achievements that contributed to the welfare and happiness of everyone within their extended social circle. The understanding that developed between friends who had learned to see past surface differences to appreciate underlying character and shared values created bonds that transcended temporary disagreements or changes in circumstances, their friendships providing stability and continuity during periods of personal growth and environmental change that might otherwise have felt overwhelming or isolating. These networks of friendship that crisscrossed Elmore's social landscape represented one of the community's greatest achievements demonstrating that meaningful relationships could be built across any apparent barrier when people approached each other with openness, curiosity, and genuine care for each other's welfare. Their success in creating inclusive communities of friendship, providing both practical benefits and spiritual nourishment that enhanced every aspect of daily life. In the complex landscape of adolescent emotion and developing identity that characterized student life at Elmore Junior High, where the boundary between friendship and romance remained fluid and constantly shifting as young people explored the new dimensions of feeling and attraction that marked their transition from childhood innocence to adult understanding, there flourished a variety of romantic relationships that ranged from sweet first crushes to deeper connections that hinted at the kind of lasting partnerships that could provide foundation and meaning for entire lifetimes. The relationship between Gumball and Penny represented perhaps the most central romantic storyline within the school's social dynamics. Their connection, beginning with the kind of awkward attraction that characterized many teenage romances, yet gradually evolving into something that demonstrated genuine understanding and mutual appreciation as both young people learned to see past surface appearances and social expectations to recognize the authentic personalities that lay beneath their respective protective barriers. The journey they traveled together from initial attraction through various misunderstandings and obstacles to eventual mutual acceptance and affection illustrated many of the classic challenges that faced young people learning to navigate romantic feelings while also dealing with family, expectations, social pressures, and their own developing sense of identity and purpose. Their relationship serving as a case study in how patience, honesty, and genuine caring could overcome even seemingly insurmountable differences in background and circumstance. The transformation that Penny underwent during the course of their relationship, breaking free from the protective shell that had defined her entire existence up to that point, was motivated not only by her own desire for authentic self-expression, but also by her recognition that genuine love required vulnerability and trust that could not exist when one person remained hidden behind barriers that prevented true intimacy and understanding from developing between partners who sought meaningful connection. The support that Gumball provided during Penny's difficult transition from protected child to independent young woman demonstrated the kind of mature love that prioritized the beloved's welfare and personal growth over one's own comfort or convenience. His willingness to accept and celebrate her true form, regardless of how it differed from his previous expectations, showing the depth of character and commitment that marked genuinely healthy romantic relationships. The adult romantic relationships within the Elmore community provided models and inspiration for young people who were beginning to understand what lasting partnership might look like when built on foundations of mutual respect, shared values, and complementary strengths rather than mere physical attraction or temporary infatuation. These mature relationships, demonstrating that successful romance required ongoing effort, compromise, and dedication to each other's happiness and development. The relationship between Richard and Nicole Watterson illustrated how two people with dramatically different personalities and backgrounds could create a successful partnership by recognizing and appreciating their complementary qualities rather than trying to eliminate their differences. Their marriage showing how love could transform individual weaknesses into collective strengths when partners chose to support rather than compete with each other. The romantic partnership between Principal Brown and Miss Simeon demonstrated that meaningful connections could develop even in professional environments when individuals shared common goals and values. Their relationship, proving that age, previous disappointments, and professional responsibilities need not prevent the kind of deep emotional connection that could provide fulfillment and companionship for people who had perhaps given up hope of finding such relationships later in life. The various approaches to courtship and romantic expression that were displayed by different characters within Elmore's community reflected the diversity of personality types and cultural backgrounds that characterized the population. Some individuals preferring dramatic gestures and elaborate demonstrations of affection, while others found meaning in quiet moments of understanding and shared experience that created intimacy through subtlety rather than spectacle. The lessons that young people learned through observing both successful and unsuccessful romantic relationships around them included understanding that healthy partnerships required emotional maturity, communication skills, and willingness to prioritize the relationship's welfare over individual desires when necessary, while also maintaining enough independence and self-respect to avoid losing their individual identity within the romantic connection. The role that friendship played in romantic relationships became apparent through examples of couples who had built their romantic connection on foundations of genuine liking, shared interests, and mutual respect that existed independently of physical attraction or romantic excitement. These relationships demonstrating greater stability and satisfaction than those based primarily on passion or convenience, without deeper emotional and intellectual compatibility. The challenges that faced young couples in Elmore included not only the typical difficulties of learning to balance individual needs with partnership requirements, but also the unique complications that arose from living in a community where supernatural phenomena and unusual circumstances could create obstacles that more conventional relationships would never encounter. Their success in navigating these challenges demonstrating both resilience and creativity in problem solving. The family influences that shaped young people's understanding of romantic relationships included both positive models of healthy partnership and cautionary examples of what could go wrong when couples failed to maintain respect, communication, and commitment to each other's well-being. These family examples providing both inspiration and guidance for adolescents who were beginning to form their own ideas about what they wanted in romantic partnerships. The cultural and species differences that characterized romantic relationships within Elmore's diverse community created opportunities for learning and growth that might not have been available in more homogeneous environments. Couples from different backgrounds, discovering that love could indeed transcend apparent barriers, while also learning to appreciate and celebrate the unique perspectives and traditions that each partner brought to their shared life. The seasonal and ceremonial aspects of romantic relationships within the community included not only traditional celebrations like Valentine's Day and school dances, but also unique local customs and supernatural observances that provided opportunities for couples to express their feelings, and commitment within contexts that honored both individual choice and community values. These celebrations serving to strengthen romantic bonds, while also integrating couples into the broader social fabric. The long-term vision that characterized the healthiest romantic relationships within Elmore extended beyond immediate pleasure or convenience to encompass shared dreams and goals that gave couples reasons to work together toward futures that would be more meaningful and fulfilling than either could achieve alone. Their partnerships serving as foundations for personal growth and community contribution that enriched both their individual lives and the welfare of everyone around them. The understanding that developed between romantic partners who had learned to balance passion with friendship, excitement with stability, and individual growth with shared commitment created relationships that served as inspiration and encouragement for others who sought the kind of lasting love that could provide both personal fulfillment and broader purpose. Their success demonstrating that true romance was not just possible, but essential for the kind of complete human flourishing that made life truly worth living. Throughout the diverse neighborhoods and interconnected households of Elmore, where the concept of family had been expanded far beyond traditional biological relationships to encompass the rich variety of arrangements and connections that actually provided love, support, and guidance to community members seeking to build meaningful lives within the protective embrace of people who truly cared about their welfare and development. There flourished an extraordinary array of family structures that demonstrated the beautiful complexity of human relationships and the creative ways that people could organize their domestic lives to serve both individual needs and collective well-being. The nuclear family arrangement that characterized the Watterson household represented not the only valid model for family organization, but rather one successful example of how biological parents and their children could create an honest environment where love, learning, and personal growth could flourish when guided by principles of mutual respect, individual acceptance, and shared commitment to each other's happiness and development. Their family dynamics serving as proof that chaos and order could coexist productively when underlying relationships remained strong and supportive. The blended nature of the Watterson family, which included not only biological children but also Darwin's miraculous integration as a fully accepted family member despite his origins as a pet goldfish, illustrated how family bonds could transcend conventional categories and legal definitions when based on genuine love and mutual choice rather than mere accident of birth or social expectation. Their inclusive approach to family membership providing a model for acceptance and belonging that could inspire other families facing questions about adoption, integration, or non-traditional arrangements. The extended family relationships that connected the Wattersons to Granny Jojo and other relatives demonstrated both the benefits and challenges that could arise when multiple generations attempted to maintain close connections, while Cousins.com, respecting individual autonomy and different approaches to child rearing and lifestyle choices, their negotiations around family expectations and personal freedom, providing examples of how love could persist even when specific decisions or behaviors created tension or disagreement between family members. The single-parent households that existed throughout Elmore represented different approaches to family organization that reflected both choice and circumstance. Some parents having chosen to raise their children independently, while others found themselves in single-parent situations due to loss, separation, or other life events that required them to adapt their family structure to change circumstances while maintaining the love and stability that their children needed for healthy development. The multi-generational families that included grandparents, parents, and children living in close proximity or shared households demonstrated how different life stages and accumulated wisdom could complement each other when family members chose to prioritize mutual support over individual convenience. These arrangements providing children with access to multiple sources of guidance and love, while offering older family members continued purpose and connection to the future through their involvement in child-rearing activities. The adoptive and foster relationships that had developed within various Elmore families illustrated how legal and formal arrangements could serve as foundations for authentic family bonds when approached with genuine commitment to providing love and stability to young people who needed homes and guidance. These families proving that biological connection was neither necessary nor sufficient for creating the kind of meaningful relationships that characterized successful family life. The chosen family arrangements that had emerged among some community members reflected their recognition that family bonds could be created through mutual commitment and shared values rather than accident of birth. These relationships demonstrating that people could deliberately construct family-like support systems that provided the love, stability, and guidance that everyone needed for healthy, personal development and social integration. The cultural and species differences that characterized many family arrangements within Elmore's diverse community created both opportunities and challenges as family members worked to honor their individual heritage and traditions, while also creating shared customs and values that could unite them across their differences. These multicultural families serving as laboratories for developing new approaches to identity and belonging that celebrated diversity while maintaining unity. The economic variations among different family structures reflected the reality that financial resources, while important for providing security and opportunities, were neither the most crucial factor in family success nor an insurmountable barrier to creating loving and supportive relationships. Families throughout the economic spectrum finding creative ways to provide what their members needed most, while working toward improved circumstances when possible. The communication patterns that characterized healthy family relationships within Elmore included both formal family meetings and casual daily conversations that allowed family members to share their thoughts, feelings, and concerns while also receiving guidance and support from others who cared about their welfare. These communication systems serving as foundations for trust and understanding that helped families navigate both routine challenges and major life transitions. The conflict resolution strategies that successful families had developed demonstrated the importance of addressing disagreements and tensions directly while maintaining respect for individual perspectives and needs. Their ability to work through difficulties without damaging fundamental relationships, providing models for other families who struggled with similar challenges and needed examples of how love could persist even during difficult periods. The traditions and celebrations that marked family life throughout Elmore reflected both cultural heritage and creative innovation, as families worked to establish customs and rituals that honored their past, while also serving their present needs and circumstances. These shared activities providing opportunities for bonding and meaning-making that strengthened family connections while also contributing to the broader community's cultural richness. The support systems that extended beyond individual households to include networks of family, friends, neighbors, and community members demonstrated how successful families both contributed to and benefited from broader social connections that enriched everyone's experience, while providing additional resources and assistance during times of need. These extended networks serving as safety nets and sources of enrichment that made individual family success more likely and sustainable. The balance between family loyalty and individual growth that characterized the healthiest family relationships within Elmore reflected understanding that true love required supporting each member's personal development and authentic self-expression, even when individual choices challenged family expectations or traditional patterns. These families demonstrating that genuine acceptance and unconditional love created stronger rather than weaker bonds between family members who felt free to be themselves within relationships that provided both security and encouragement for continued growth and exploration. The legacy that these various family structures were creating through their daily choices and long-term commitments extended beyond their immediate members to encompass broader contributions to community life and social development. Their success in creating loving and supportive relationships, providing inspiration and guidance for others, while their children's healthy development ensured that future generations would inherit both practical skills and moral values necessary for continuing the work of building inclusive communities where all forms of authentic family life could flourish and thrive. In the gentle flow of time that marked the passage of seasons and years within the supportive embrace of Elmore's community, where individual stories of struggle and triumph wove together into a larger tapestry of human growth and collective wisdom, there had occurred countless moments of transformation and revelation that demonstrated the beautiful possibility for conscious beings to evolve beyond their original limitations and discover within themselves capacities for love, courage, and understanding that they had never imagined possible during their earlier phases of development. The character development that had taken place within the hearts and minds of Elmore's residents represented not sudden dramatic changes, but rather the gradual accumulation of insights and experiences that slowly reshaped their understanding of themselves, their relationships, and their place within the larger community that had provided the context and support necessary for such growth to occur naturally and sustainably over extended periods of patient effort and mutual encouragement. Gumball's evolution from an enthusiastic but sometimes thoughtless young cat into someone whose creativity and leadership were balanced by genuine consideration for others' feelings and needs, illustrated how personal growth could occur without losing the essential qualities that made someone unique and valuable. His journey demonstrating that maturation was not about suppressing natural personality traits, but rather about learning to express them in ways that served both individual fulfillment and collective well-being. The lessons he had learned through various failures and successes had taught him that good intentions, while necessary and valuable, were insufficient without careful attention to consequences and genuine respect for the autonomy and dignity of others who might be affected by his ambitious schemes and creative projects. His developing wisdom, showing in his increased ability to anticipate problems and consider multiple perspectives before committing to courses of action that could impact his friends and family. His relationship with Darwin had deepened through shared challenges that had tested their loyalty and communication while ultimately strengthening their bond and demonstrating that true friendship could grow stronger rather than weaker. When faced with difficulties that required both individuals to extend themselves beyond their comfort zones in service of something larger than their individual interests or preferences. The romantic relationship that had developed between Gumball and Penny represented not only personal fulfillment for both young people, but also a form of character education that had taught them both about the patience, vulnerability, and genuine caring that were required to build lasting connections with others, whose backgrounds and experiences differed significantly from their own, their love serving as both personal joy and practical training for the kinds of mature relationships that could provide foundation and meaning throughout their adult lives. Darwin's growth from pet goldfish to beloved family member and trusted friend had been accompanied by the development of moral wisdom and emotional intelligence that exceeded what might have been expected from someone his age. His unique perspective and natural empathy, allowing him to serve as counselor and mediator for friends and family members, whose conflicts or challenges required the kind of patient understanding and gentle guidance that he had learned to femurs provide through his own experience of transformation and acceptance. His ability to maintain optimism and faith in others' capacity for positive change, even during periods when such faith seemed unrealistic or unwarranted, had proven to be one of his most valuable contributions to the community's collective well-being. His example inspiring others to approach difficulties with hope rather than despair, and to see potential for growth and healing in situations that might otherwise have been dismissed as hopeless or unchangeable. The philosophical depth that had developed within Darwin's character reflected not only his unusual origins and experiences, but also his natural inclination toward reflection and contemplation, his ability to find meaning and purpose in both ordinary moments and extraordinary circumstances, providing both personal satisfaction and valuable perspective for those around him who struggled with questions of identity and direction in their own lives. Anais had learned to balance her exceptional intellectual gifts with the social and emotional intelligence necessary to maintain meaningful relationships with people whose cognitive abilities differed significantly from her own. Her growth demonstrating that true intelligence included not only analytical capability but also wisdom about when and how to share knowledge in ways that helped, rather than intimidated or isolated others. Her recognition that intellectual superiority, if not tempered by humility and genuine care for others, could become a barrier to the very connections and experiences that made life meaningful and fulfilling, had led her to develop strategies for using her gifts in service of community welfare rather than personal aggrandizement, her approach to knowledge becoming more collaborative and inclusive as she matured. The burden of exceptional ability had taught Anais valuable lessons about the responsibility that came with gifts and advantages. Her understanding that privilege of any kind created obligations to use those advantages in ways that benefited others, as well as herself, reflecting a moral sophistication that would serve her well throughout her life as she continued to navigate the complex ethical questions that arose when individual capability exceeded social norms. Penny's transformation from protected child to independent young woman had been accompanied by the development of artistic skills and creative vision that allowed her to express complex emotions and ideas that might otherwise have remained hidden or unexpressed. Her creative work serving as both personal therapy and community contribution that enriched the cultural life of everyone who encountered her art. The courage she had demonstrated in breaking free from the limitations that others had imposed upon her life, while initially focused on her own need for authentic self-expression, had evolved into a broader commitment to helping others recognize and overcome the barriers that prevented them from discovering and expressing their own unique potential and authentic identity. Her relationship with Gumball had taught her valuable lessons about the difference between being loved for who others wanted her to be versus being accepted and celebrated for who she truly was. Her experience of genuine acceptance, providing her with both personal fulfillment and practical knowledge about the qualities that characterized healthy relationships built on mutual respect and authentic connection. The personal growth that had occurred within other members of Elmore's community reflected similar patterns of gradual development and increasing wisdom, each individual's journey shaped by their unique circumstances and challenges, while also following recognizable patterns of human development that involved learning from mistakes, developing empathy for others, and discovering purposes and meanings that extended beyond immediate self-interest. The acceptance of change while maintaining core identity had become a recurring theme in many characters' development. Their ability to adapt to new circumstances and incorporate new insights while remaining true to their essential values and personality traits, demonstrating that growth was possible without losing the qualities that made each individual unique and valuable to their community. The courage required for genuine transformation had been demonstrated repeatedly by community members who chose to risk comfort and familiarity in pursuit of more authentic and fulfilling ways of living, their examples providing inspiration and encouragement for others who faced similar choices between security and growth, between acceptance of limitations and pursuit of greater possibilities. The ongoing process of self-discovery that characterized healthy development had proven to be not a destination to be reached, but rather a continuous journey of learning and adaptation that would continue throughout their lives. the residents of Elmore, having learned that personal growth was not something that occurred only during youth, but rather a lifelong adventure that offered new opportunities for development and contribution at every stage of existence. The integration of individual growth with community service had become a hallmark of mature character development within Elmore. Residents discovering that their personal fulfillment was enhanced rather than diminished when they found ways to use their unique gifts and experiences in service of others' welfare and the collective good of their shared community. In the ever-evolving landscape of suburban life that characterized Elmore's development over the years and seasons, where individual homes and businesses served as cells within a larger organism that pulsed with the collective energy and shared purpose of residents who had chosen to build their lives together within this particular place and community, there had emerged a fascinating example of how communities could grow and change while maintaining the essential character and values that made them attractive and sustainable places for people to establish roots and raise families. The physical transformation of the town had been gradual and organic rather than sudden or imposed from outside. New construction and infrastructure development, guided by community input and democratic decision-making processes that ensured changes served the needs and preferences of existing residents, while also accommodating population growth and evolving lifestyle requirements that reflected broader social and technological trends. The balance between preservation and progress that had characterized Elmore's approach to community development demonstrated how places could honor their history and maintain their distinctive character while also adapting to changing circumstances and incorporating new ideas that enhanced rather than diminished the quality of life for residents who valued both stability and innovation in their daily environment. The seasonal cycles that marked the passage of time within the community had become opportunities for celebration and connection that brought neighbors together for shared activities and traditions that strengthened social bonds while also providing rhythms and structures that gave meaning and anticipation to the flow of ordinary days. These recurring events serving as touchstones that connected past, present, and future generations of residents. The spring festivals that celebrated renewal and growth reflected the community's commitment to environmental stewardship and appreciation for natural beauty. These celebrations providing opportunities for education about sustainable living practices, while also creating shared experiences that reinforced values of cooperation and collective responsibility for maintaining the health and beauty of their shared environment. The summer activities that took advantage of longer days and warmer weather brought families and individuals together for outdoor recreation and informal social interaction that built relationships and created memories while also promoting physical health and appreciation for the recreational opportunities that made suburban life attractive to people seeking balance between work responsibilities and personal fulfillment. The autumn traditions that marked the harvest season and the transition toward winter provided opportunities for reflection on accomplishments and preparation for challenges, while also celebrating the abundance and security that community, cooperation, and individual effort had created through another successful year of shared life and mutual support. The winter celebrations that brought warmth and light to the darkest months of the year demonstrated the community's commitment to maintaining hope and connection, even during difficult periods, these traditions serving as reminders that human relationships and shared values could provide comfort and meaning that transcended temporary hardships or challenging circumstances. The annual traditions that had developed within the community reflected both cultural heritage brought by residents from diverse backgrounds and creative innovations that had emerged from their shared experiences and collective imagination, these customs serving as expressions of community identity while also providing opportunities for newcomers to integrate into the social fabric through participation in meaningful shared activities. The infrastructure improvements that had been implemented over time reflected community commitment to maintaining and enhancing the practical systems that supported daily life. These investments in roads, utilities, and public facilities, demonstrating that residents were willing to contribute their resources to collective projects that benefited everyone, while also planning responsibly for future needs and growth. The economic development that had occurred within Elmore reflected careful balance between supporting local businesses and entrepreneurs, while also maintaining the residential character and quality of life that attracted people to the province. Community in the first place. The approach to commercial growth, emphasizing sustainability and community benefit over maximum profit or rapid expansion that might compromise long-term welfare. The educational and cultural institutions that had evolved to serve community needs demonstrated commitment to providing opportunities for lifelong learning and creative expression that enriched residents' lives, while also preparing young people for success and contribution in an increasingly complex world. These institutions serving as gathering places and sources of pride that enhanced community identity and social cohesion. The parks and recreational facilities that had been developed and maintained through community effort provided spaces for exercise, relaxation, and social interaction that supported both individual health and collective well-being. These shared amenities demonstrating how public investment in quality of life could enhance property values and community attractiveness, while also promoting the social connections that made neighborhoods feel like home. The environmental initiatives that had been implemented throughout the community reflected residents' understanding that their individual welfare was ultimately dependent on the health of the broader ecological systems that supported all life. Their commitment to sustainable practices serving both immediate practical needs and long-term responsibility for future generations who would inherit the consequences of current decisions. The community resilience that had been developed through years of cooperation and mutual support had proven invaluable during periods of challenge or crisis. The social networks and institutional systems that residents had built together, providing both practical assistance and emotional support that helped everyone weather difficulties, while maintaining the optimism and collaborative spirit that characterized the community's approach to problem solving. The planning processes that guided community development had evolved to become more inclusive and participatory over time, ensuring that all residents had opportunities to contribute their ideas and concerns to decisions that affected their daily lives and future prospects. This democratic approach to governance, serving as both practical necessity and expression of values that prioritized collective welfare over individual advantage. The balance between individual freedom and community responsibility that had been achieved within Elmore represented one of the ongoing challenges and successes of suburban life. Residents learning to negotiate the tensions between personal autonomy and social obligation in ways that respected both individual rights and collective needs, while maintaining the harmony and cooperation that made their shared life possible and fulfilling. The legacy of growth and adaptation that Elmore was creating through its approach to community development provided both inspiration and practical guidance for other communities that sought to achieve similar balances between stability and change, tradition and innovation, individual fulfillment and collective welfare. Their experience demonstrating that conscious communities could indeed evolve in directions that enhanced rather than compromised the values and qualities that made them attractive places to live and thrive. In the magnificent tapestry of human experience that had been woven through countless individual stories, personal relationships, and shared adventures within the boundaries of Elmore's suburban embrace, where every character's unique journey contributed essential threads to a larger pattern of meaning and beauty that could only be perceived when viewed from the perspective of years and seasons rather than moments and days. There had emerged a profound demonstration of how individual narratives could combine to create something far greater and more meaningful than any single story could achieve alone. The interconnected nature of the stories that had unfolded within this community revealed itself most clearly during moments of crisis or celebration, when the supporting network of relationships became visible and active, residents discovering that their individual welfare was intimately connected to the well-being of neighbors and friends whose lives had previously seemed separate and independent. Their recognition of these connections fostering both gratitude and responsibility for maintaining the social bonds that sustained everyone's happiness and security. The ripple effects of individual choices and actions had created patterns of cause and consequence that extended far beyond immediate circumstances to influence the lives and opportunities of people whose connection to the original decision-maker might have seemed tenuous or insignificant. These interconnected influences demonstrating that personal responsibility extended beyond individual welfare to encompass broader community welfare and social justice. Gumball's creative schemes and ambitious projects had often involved his friends and family in adventures that tested their patience and problem-solving abilities, while ultimately providing experiences that strengthened relationships and created shared memories that would be treasured long after the immediate goals of the projects had been forgotten or proven impossible to achieve. His natural leadership serving as a catalyst for community building and collective adventure. The positive influence that his optimism and enthusiasm had on classmates and family members created chains of inspiration that spread throughout the school and neighborhood. His ability to see possibility and potential in situations that others might dismiss as hopeless or uninteresting, helping others develop their own confidence and willingness to take risks in pursuit of dreams and goals that had previously seemed beyond their reach. Darwin's role as moral compass and diplomatic mediator had provided stability and wisdom that allowed more volatile personalities to express themselves without destabilizing group dynamics or damaging important relationships. His gentle guidance and patient listening, creating safe spaces where conflicts could be resolved and understanding could develop between individuals whose differences might otherwise have led to lasting resentment or separation. The philosophical insights that emerged from his unique perspective on existence and belonging had influenced discussions and decisions throughout his social network. His ability to find meaning and purpose in both ordinary moments and extraordinary circumstances, helping others develop deeper appreciation for their own lives and relationships, while also encouraging more thoughtful approaches to challenges and opportunities. Aeneas's intellectual contributions to family and school projects had often provided crucial insights and solutions that allowed others to achieve goals and overcome obstacles that might have proven insurmountable without her. Analytical abilities and creative problem-solving skills, her willingness to share her knowledge and expertise serving the broader community, while also demonstrating that exceptional gifts were most valuable when employed in service of collective welfare. The academic and social bridges that she had built between different groups and individuals had created opportunities for cooperation and understanding that enriched the educational and social environment for everyone involved. Her diplomatic skills and genuine interest in others' perspectives helping to break down barriers and create inclusive communities where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Penny's artistic vision and creative expression had contributed beauty and meaning to community life, while also providing inspiration and encouragement for others who struggled with questions of authentic self-expression and creative fulfillment, her willingness to reveal her true self serving as both personal liberation and public demonstration that vulnerability could be a source of strength rather than weakness. The courage she had demonstrated in breaking free from limitations and expectations had created permission and possibility for others who faced similar struggles with authenticity and independence. Her example showing that individual transformation was possible and that community support was available for those willing to risk comfort and familiarity in pursuit of more genuine and fulfilling ways of living. The various supporting characters whose individual stories had provided context and depth to the larger narrative had each contributed essential elements to the community's collective character and wisdom, their diverse backgrounds and perspectives creating a rich environment for learning and growth that would not have been possible in a more homogeneous or limited social setting. The teachers and authority figures who had provided guidance and structure for young people's development had served not only their immediate educational and disciplinary functions, but also as examples of adult character and professional dedication that influenced students' understanding of what it meant to contribute meaningfully to community welfare through dedicated service and principled leadership. The family relationships that had provided foundation and context for individual development had created networks of love and support that extended beyond biological boundaries to encompass chosen family members and close friends whose commitment to each other's welfare demonstrated that authentic belonging was based on mutual care and shared values rather than accident of birth or legal arrangement. The business and service relationships that had sustained the community's economic life had created interdependencies and mutual obligations that fostered both practical cooperation and social cohesion. Residents learning that their individual prosperity was ultimately dependent on the success and well-being of their neighbors and business partners, whose products and services made comfortable suburban life possible. The seasonal events and cultural traditions that had brought residents together for celebration and shared experience had created collective memories and common references that strengthened community identity, while also providing opportunities for newcomers to integrate into the social fabric through participation in meaningful shared activities. The challenges and crises that had tested community resilience and problem-solving abilities had ultimately strengthened, rather than weakened, the social bonds and institutional systems that residents had built together. Their success in weathering difficulties, demonstrating that cooperation and mutual support were not only morally valuable, but also practically effective for addressing problems that exceeded individual capacity to solve. The beauty of diversity within unity that had been achieved within Elmore represented one of the most significant accomplishments of suburban community life. Residents learning that differences in background, personality, and perspective were sources of strength rather than threats to stability when approached with curiosity and respect rather than fear and suspicion. The legacy that these interconnected stories were creating through their daily choices and long-term commitments extended far beyond the immediate boundaries of their community to provide inspiration and guidance for others who sought to build inclusive, supportive, and meaningful communities where individual flourishing and collective welfare could be pursued simultaneously rather than as competing goals. The understanding that had developed within Elmore about the relationship between individual fulfillment and community service had demonstrated that personal happiness and social responsibility were not conflicting demands, but rather complementary aspects of a life well lived. Residents discovering that their own well-being was enhanced rather than diminished when they found ways to use their unique gifts and experiences in service of others' welfare and the collective good of their shared community. And so we reach the gentle conclusion of our journey through the extraordinary, ordinary world of Elmore, where we have walked together through the interconnected stories of hearts that have learnt to love without condition, minds that have grown wise through experience and reflection, and spirits that have discovered the profound joy that comes from belonging to something larger and more beautiful than any individual could create or sustain alone. Their collective adventures serving as testament to the transformative power of community built upon foundations of acceptance, understanding, and shared commitment to each other's welfare and happiness. In these quiet suburban streets where morning light filters through leaves that have witnessed countless seasons of growth and change, where children's laughter echoes from playgrounds that have hosted generations of dreams and friendships, where the simple rhythms of daily life create a symphony of human connection that plays softly in the background of every moment, there continues to unfold the most precious story of all the ongoing adventure of conscious beings learning to live together in harmony, while celebrating the beautiful diversity that makes each individual irreplaceable and essential to the whole tapestry of experience that defines their shared existence. The characters whose stories we have explored tonight carry within their hearts the same longings and hopes that fill every human soul, their struggles and triumphs serving as mirrors in which we can recognize our own journey toward understanding, acceptance, and authentic expression of the love that defines our deepest nature and connects us to everyone whose path we cross during our brief but meaningful passage through this world of infinite possibility and boundless wonder. Their suburban adventures, while sometimes chaotic and unpredictable, are guided always by the fundamental recognition that life's greatest treasures are found not in grand achievements or dramatic victories, but in the simple daily miracle of being known and valued by others who share our commitment to creating spaces where everyone can flourish according to their unique gifts, while contributing to the collective well-being that makes individual happiness both possible and meaningful. Gumball's irrepressible optimism and creative spirit continue to inspire adventures that transform ordinary moments into epic quests for understanding and connection, his enthusiasm serving as a beacon of possibility that reminds everyone around him that the world contains infinite opportunities for joy, discovery, and meaningful engagement with the beautiful complexity of existence when approached with curiosity rather than cynicism and hope rather than despair. Darwin's gentle wisdom and moral clarity provide the steady foundation upon which wilder dreams and more ambitious schemes can be built safely, his presence in every story serving as reminder that growth and adventure are most valuable when grounded in principles of kindness, honesty, and genuine concern for others' welfare. His evolutionary journey from pet to family member, continuing to unfold in directions that honor both his unique perspective and his deep commitment to the relationships that have given his existence meaning and purpose. Anais applies her exceptional intelligence not as weapon or barrier, but as tool for building bridges between different ways of understanding the world. Her contributions to family and community life, demonstrating that true wisdom lies not in knowing more than others, but in using knowledge to create opportunities for everyone to discover and express their own unique forms of brilliance and contribution to the shared work of making life more beautiful and meaningful for all. Penny's artistic vision continues to evolve and expand as she discovers new ways to express the authentic self that she courageously revealed by breaking free from protective barriers that had once seemed necessary, but ultimately proved limiting. Her creative work, serving both as personal fulfillment and community gift that reminds everyone who encounters it that beauty exists everywhere for those willing to look with eyes unclouded by fear or prejudice. The families that have opened their hearts and homes to love that transcends biological boundaries, continue to demonstrate through their daily choices and long-term commitments that belonging is not determined by genetics or legal arrangements, but by the quality of care and mutual support that family members offer each other through both celebrations and challenges, their diverse arrangements serving as proof that there are as many ways to create loving families as there are people brave enough to choose love over convenience. The friends who have learned to appreciate each other's differences while building relationships based on shared values and mutual respect continue to explore what it means to maintain individual identity while also participating fully in communities that depend upon each member's unique contribution for their continued health and vitality, their various friendship networks serving as laboratories for discovering how diversity strengthens rather than weakens social bonds when approached with curiosity and goodwill. The educators and authority figures who have dedicated their professional lives to nurturing young minds and guiding developing characters continue their patient work of creating environments where learning can flourish alongside personal growth. Their various approaches to teaching and leadership, demonstrating that there are multiple effective ways to serve the next generation, while honoring both individual needs and collective welfare. The workers and service providers who maintain the infrastructure of daily life continue their essential but often unrecognized labor of keeping society functioning smoothly enough that others can pursue dreams and relationships without worrying about basic necessities, their dedication serving as foundation upon which all other achievements and accomplishments depend for their possibility and sustainability. As you settle into the peaceful embrace of sleep, let your mind drift gently through Elmore's tree-lined streets where these beloved characters continue their ongoing adventures in growth, discovery, and deepening connection to each other and to the community that has shaped their individual journeys while being transformed by their collective presence and participation in the shared story of suburban life, elevated to mythical significance through the simple magic of authentic relationships, built on mutual respect and unconditional acceptance. Picture Gumball and Darwin tucked safely in their beds, their brotherly bond strengthened by another day of shared adventures and mutual support, their dreams filled with visions of tomorrow's possibilities and next week's creative projects. Imagine Aeneas sleeping peacefully with books scattered around her bed, her brilliant mind finally at rest, yet still processing the day's learning and planning how to apply new knowledge in service of family happiness and community welfare. See Penny in your mind's eye, her true form radiant with the confidence that comes from being fully accepted and deeply loved, her artistic spirit already stirring with inspiration for new works that will bring beauty and meaning to everyone fortunate enough to encounter her creative expression. Envision the various families of Elmore settling into their evening routines, parents tucking children into bed with stories and songs that weave together individual dreams with collective hopes for futures filled with opportunity and wonder. Rest now in the certainty that somewhere beyond the boundaries of waking consciousness, in the realm where stories live and breathe and continue to unfold according to their own perfect timing and natural rhythm, the gentle magic of Elmore endures like a soft light that never dims, a warm hearth that never grows cold, a loving embrace that never loosens its hold on those who have learned to call this remarkable place home. Their ongoing adventures in love, growth, and community service, continuing to inspire and encourage all who encounter their stories. Sleep peacefully, knowing that the extraordinary ordinary world of suburban magic awaits your return whenever you need reminders that life contains infinite possibilities for joy, connection, and meaningful contribution to the beautiful tapestry of human experience that connects every individual story to the larger narrative of consciousness learning to love itself through countless unique expressions of creativity, kindness, and hope that transform the mundane into the miraculous through the simple alchemy of attention offered with gratitude and wonder.